and then step to the starting position.
Good morning, welcome to our coverage of the IFMAR Electric Touring Car World Championships.
Thank you, excellent. Okay. Nice.
Io ho un 8000 pronto volendo, Io ce l'ho un 8000 pronto volendo.
Vai. Track is open.
1 minute to start.
No, ma quella è la mia. L'unica cosa è che adesso partiamo anche con una nuova di sé.
Seconds to start.
All down to the starting lane.
Good morning, welcome to our live coverage here on RC Racing TV of the IFMAR 1/10 World Championships, brought to you in conjunction with X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. You are joining us just in time for the beginning of round number 2 of qualifying. Slight difference from originally published time schedule was brought forward, so we had a round of qualifying yesterday to cover off the possibility of rain. Currently running with Michael Freeble, 2 heats of the Formula 1 class being a World Cup rather than a World Championships. Michael Freeble running in the lead of this first of 2 heats of Formula 1. A little bit of a rattle over the curb there. If we can pick up the second place car, which is the 9 car of Alexandra Perrin. Let's just see if we can spot the number 9 car out there. We'll pick him up as he crosses the start-finish line in a moment. It's the 3 car. I think the 9 car might be one who's made a mistake. Let's pick up the 3 car. He's just crossed the start-finish line. He's off down the main straight now. Here we go. And spins it into the barrier. So a very, very slippery track. Speaking to a few of the drivers after practice, you can see that slightly wider line. That big, thick black line that you can see out there. Quite an oily line from the nitro cars that are normally run here at this Gubbio circuit and Gubbio track. Be something we'll be watching for later, see if the cars follow that line. These Formula 1 cars powered by 21.5 turn brushless motors with a 2-cell LiPo battery in them, so 7.4 volts nominal. What we term as a shorty pack, so a little bit reduced in capacity and overall length. Christopher Mitchell saying track looks a little slick. Yep, I think that's fairly characteristic of slightly, not wet, it didn't rain overnight, but quite cold, and I think there was a bit of a dew out there. That seeing they've had one round of practice already this morning just to clean the track up a little bit, just to get everybody through and doing a couple of laps. Didn't count for anything, it was more just an opportunity to get everybody's fingers back into gear. Are F1 tyres on rubber tyres or foam tyres? They are on rubber tyres that they're running. Andrew Branson says probably the best track in the world, always run exceptionally well, hope the weather holds up. Yep, so do we, Andrew. We're scheduled for 4 rounds of qualifying today, so we're bringing you the first round, then there's about a 25-minute break scheduled before the second round, half-hour lunch break, an hour lunch break, then we have the third round today, the 4th round in total, and then we'll move back to the final round of qualifying today. Hopefully no rain. I think if any is scheduled, it will be this afternoon. If there is any, they've split the classes up, so F1's stock and modified, they'll consider a round complete once all the cars have run. They won't discard a Formula 1 time if the modified class is wet, which makes sense on there. Michael Freeble still leading this heat from Alexandra Perrin. We're running, in fact it's Thomas Sova who is running in 3rd place we're running with. We've got just over a minute left. Let's see if we can pick up the leader again. I think he's just crossing the start-finish line now. And down the main straight. There we go. So that's our leader. Car looking quite nicely balanced out there. You can see a slightly wider line there. If you're wondering why the thick black line sort of disappears on a couple of occasions, and you'll see it off the end of the sweeper down here. It appears to disappear off underneath some of the track markings. There you go again. That's as a result of a rule that the track has to be different from the track that was used in the warm-up. So what they've done is extended a couple of the corners out with a few dots. You can see Michael navigating a car that had spun, exiting out onto the main straight. So yeah, the track disappearing under these dots. There's another car being a little wayward.
Stop with car 2. Start with 7, start with 1, start with 9, start with 4, start with 3.
Michael Freeble taking that one. Round by round qualifying here, so we'll be looking to see what the next heat do. You'd expect the top heat to be faster. They were certainly faster over 3 laps in seeding practice.
Start with 6. Start with 5.
Couple of minutes break now whilst everybody changes across. Michael Freeble having taken that from Alexandra Perrin, Thomas Sova, Giorgio Favoretto, Luigi Cavallero, Marek Sova, Sandro Gavanazzi, Jean-Michel Varinard. Next heat getting set to go will consist of David Erbar, Luke Lee, Lucas Hock, Alessandro Manciocchini, Brian Ferreira, Jitsi Medema, Andrea Stiebler, Pietro Lucifora, Giulio Borini, Christian Brentz and Nicky Taylor.
I think when the wind, so the flags when it's blowing this way.
Jeff Parry saying the dots look like drum-painted symbols. Not quite, but yeah, get where that idea's come from. They are bolted down to the track in the centre of them, so you can see little holes in them, little dots. Welcome to you if you are just joining our live coverage here of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from Gubbio in Italy. Event coverage brought to you in conjunction with X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Getting set for the top heat of Formula One to go. David Erbar taking the first round yesterday.
Ok, campionato del mondo sulla pista di Gubbio. La Formula 1.
Chris Mitchell saying if it's slippery, he wants to see modified Tokyo Drift. Quite possibly. They are four-wheel drive, though, rather than these F1 cars being rear-wheel drive. Should have a little bit more traction. Track will be a little bit cleaner. Alexander Wild saying good morning from rainy Germany. Sorry to hear it's raining there, Alex. Hopefully it will dry up. Hopefully we don't see the rain heading across Europe and down to us today. How is the weather forecast? Bit overcast. It's dry at the minute. There are some clouds heading in over the hills. David Erbar leads away. Comes off down the main straight then and into the sweeper for the first time. Luke Lee giving chase, slightly wide on the exit there from David. Just wants to get the first lap out of the way. Luke looking like he is attacking pretty hard. So I'd imagine after this first lap, Luke is going to be top of the timesheets. Let's have a look as they come round. Yep, there we go. Luke moves to the top. So running in front on the split. Luke Lee currently leading this one from David Erbar. So if we can move back one car to the yellow coloured car, just as he crosses the line, there we go. That is our leader, Luke Lee. David moves to the top of the times. So very close between David and Luke. They started out 1 second apart. Running with Luke at the moment. David now trying to stretch away in front as they come and round through some traffic. Questions coming in about the tyres that these guys are using. Yeah, they're rubber tyres manufactured by Hot Race. Hot Race rubber tyres on all of these cars. Still very close between the front two. We're running with Luke Lee at the moment. Best lap time so far 21.1 for David, 21.2 for Luke. These guys are a step ahead of the rest of the field. Next fastest lap I can see is a 21. What have we got? We've got a 21.4 out there from Jitsi Medema. Lead two still together. Oh, that was a little bit unfortunate for Luke there. Bit of a coming together with a back marker. That's just going to let David stretch away. David just out of the front of the shot. Luke currently leading. You can see by 3/1000ths of a second. I think David's going to move back to the front on this one after that little barrier tap. Yeah, he did. So we're now, what are we, like 1.5 tenths between the front two. So really close battle there. Neither of them probably quite sure how much that gap is. There's some lap traffic that they're coming past. Running with Luke Lee at the moment. David Erbar was at the front, just slightly out of shot. Let's have a look at the gap now. It is just over 0.3 of a second. Ebbing and flowing as they head around the circuit. We can jump back forward one car as he comes back onto the main straight. Look for the car of David Erbar. We'll pick him up as he crosses the start-finish line next time round. We'll let Zach know when he appears there. So he's just coming up to the start-finish line now. There we go. That is our leader, David Erbar. Luke Lee following him, and Luke Lee back to the front, 1/1000th of a second between them that time round. Luke in front, so really, really close battle here. Very, very tight at the front of this Formula One World Cup. David taking round one yesterday from Luke. David back to the front now, Luke back to the front. He's pulled the gap up to a whole 2/100ths. Can just see Luke in the back of shot. Looking like he's just edging in, just over a minute left. Luke Lee now leading this one by, he's got the gap up to 3/10ths. If he can catch and pass David, that will be a bit of a weight off of his mind mentally. Just concentrating on the front two there, about 6 seconds down the road from anybody else at the moment. You can see Luke Lee just in the back of shot. David Erbar leading this one as they come out onto the main straight. That was a much better exit onto the straight there from Luke Lee as they head back round the sweeper. I think Luke should have this one, provided he doesn't make any mistakes as they flow through the middle of the circuit, heading back round to the start-finish line. Luke taking some slightly tighter lines, scrubbing off a little bit more speed. David running slightly wider. They're producing very, very similar lap times. Luke with a 20.7 fastest lap, so he's done a bit of a hero lap somewhere, still leading this one, still by around 3/10ths. They're going to be the only drivers to make the extra lap. Half a second in it. Luke Lee's got this one. So running behind David Erbar. Luke should know that he is in front. Oh, bit of a mistake there from Luke. Just got to see if that has opened the door for David. I don't think it has. I think Luke will take this one. So crosses the line. Luke Lee indeed takes that round. So Luke Lee has that from David Erbar. Brian Ferreira in third position. Luke Lee takes the round then from Brian Ferreira. From David Erbar, Brian Ferreira, Jitsi Medema taking that one. Let's just get a bit of an update on the overall ranking list, see what that's done. There we go with an update. So we have a tie at the front on 2 points, David Erbar and Luke Lee. David's first run of a 15 in 3:09, and Luke with a 15 in 3:19, his best score. His fastest time was actually yesterday, so Luke did a 15 in 3:13 yesterday on his first qualifier. So track is a little slower this morning, certainly at the moment. That is F1 done and out the way for this round. Nice and dry, so that round is considered in the books for the Formula class. On to the stock class now. So we've got 3 heats of stock set to run. The first of the World Championships here this weekend. So welcome to you if you are just joining us on our coverage on RC Racing TV. Bringing you the coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadal, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Track being open now, so drivers can head round to the line. They're being given 1 lap round to the line, then a warm-up lap that they're being allowed.
Please don't use your smartphone while marshalling.
seconds to start. All cars to the pit lane.
All cars to respective lane.
Drivers contesting in this, we have Laszlo Kis-Orban, Tassos Batas, Alessio Navaria, Nikos, the Greek driver. Be known as car, I think we'll call him car 6. Pietro Federico, Kent Bertilson, Janos Narantzis, Alberto Fontanini, Matteo Pierici, Alessandro Politano, and Mattia Melkan. Laszlo Kis-Orban leads away. Off down the main straight, and whoa, that looks very, very tail happy at the moment. Potentially what we'll have is some slightly loose cars out there, and Laszlo already making a mistake and peeling off the track. This a new tyre run for the drivers, so the cars may have the effect of looking a little bit loose, certainly first couple of laps, just while they get the tyres bedded in. There's no tyre warmers or anything like that allowed. New tyres always potentially faster, but the aim is to get a balance over the course of the run. They're going to have to run on old tyres. Tassos Batas leading this one at the moment. We're following him, car number 2, slightly wide there off the exit of the sweeper. Closing in on him is the 1 car. Seems the key to being quick in this heat is having a yellow car. 2 cars heading down the straight. Plenty of one-can wonders in evidence. Having a look through the pits, the Extreme Twister seems to be popular shell of choice out there. Just in case anybody wondering what they're looking for, Chris Mitchell saying that even the stock guy's spinning out. Yep, absolutely. It's in fairness, I think it's 1 car in particular that was struggling. So Laszlo Kis-Orban struggling a little bit at the beginning. Bit of a coming together there with some back markers for the 2 leaders. Just heading through some of these sweeps. A little bit of over rotation on the exit still. Combination of still a slightly slick track. New tyres, so you'll have more bite on the front of the car. That will come in towards the end of the run. So we're only about 2 minutes into this run. It's at this point that the new tyres, the initial bite that they've got, start dropping off. So it is quite visible when people are running new tyres. The first 6 laps or so are potentially quicker if you can hang on to the tail end of the car. The cars do have more steering. That pushes into a bit of an understeering balance towards the end of the run. Running with the leader at the moment. Let's see if we can move back 1 car. So this the 1 car of Alessio Navaria, Italian driver. So one of his home tracks, as you can imagine, being in Italy. This is they're the strongest team. Ken Lee asking where's Jan Ratajski. When the event was announced as a World Cup rather than a World Championship for Formula 1, I think he decided not to make the trip here, I believe. Still a very competitive field at the front. We've got the other 2 podium finishers from the Euros earlier in the year contesting the battle at the front, so Luke Lee and David Ehrbar. Bengen Carlson saying he's scrubbing off the best traction from the tyres before the heat even started. You are equally, you still want a bit of a warm-up lap, find out exactly what you've got underneath you. The track's a living, breathing thing. Just trying to find out what you can do, what you can get out of the car. Navaria now leading this one. In front on the track, in front on the clock, not yet on the track, although that may change as they head down the main straight, giving chase. Looking to get in front on the split, and very, very close as they come up to the infield. I think he tried to let him through there and ran a little bit deep into the corner. Still running together as they come out and begin the sweep onto the main straight as well. Navaria knows he's in front because he started a second behind, and that is definitely way less than a second between them. He's getting a slightly deeper line, potentially a little bit of knowledge of the track. You can see he ran over the bot dots there, got dragged into the dots, and there we go. That's a change on the track. Now for position. Navaria will definitely know he's in front now. He's in front on the clock and on the track. He'll be aiming to keep that as he comes up through some traffic, gets out of his way quite nicely through this fast sweeping S in the middle of the circuit. A little bit of a bobble over the bot dots there. Just getting pulled into the centre of the circuit. It must be quite difficult actually for some of the local drivers, because if that's in muscle memory, well, for any driver really that's done many laps around here, and knowing where the apices are of those corners and having to run just a little bit deeper. Alessio Navaria taking that one in the end from Matteo Pieracci. Kif asking, are they control ESC and motor? No, it's open. All of these classes on speed controller and motor. 13.5 blinky for touring car, 21.5 blinky for the formula class, and of course the open class is completely open. On to the second heat now of 3 heats of the stock class. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on our live coverage, brought to you from RC Racing TV. This is the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from Gubbio in Italy. And we're bringing you this live coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padal, Hobbywing and Tony Sport.
1 minute to start.
1 minute until the start of this second heat of stock. We'll have Roberto Fabiano, Andrea Muscolino, Flavio Paladin, Attilio D'Angelo, Enzo Russolin, Manuel Wagner, Jacopo Antonelli, Marco Di Vincenzo, Benjamin Elbiser and Kevin Sparbier doing battle on track. Just one warm-up lap, give the drivers the opportunity to see what they've got underneath them. As we mentioned, the track is a living, breathing thing. When we get to, you go out there on a track, it's at least an hour since the drivers were last out there. Track will have evolved since that point. Car one of the all-white cars out there. There's 2 all-white coloured cars out on the circuit. Car 1 is the one that's closest to the camera and will be leading off first.
Start of car 1, 2, 9, 5, 6, 4, 3.
Fabiano leading away.
8.
Successfully navigates the bot dots for the first time through the fast flowing sweep in the centre of the track. You can see there a little bit of a double turn, so his eyes followed that black line on the way into the corner. And through the fast flowing sweep in the centre of the track, you can see there a little bit of a double turn, so his eyes followed that black line on the way into the corner. And that is the traditional line through here and round here. Bot dots have extended that out slightly. Really difficult for the drivers to remember that it's so easy to follow those black lines. Let's see if he gets it right this time. Yep, manages it, so that slightly wider line on entry. Sweeps around onto the main straight. He's pulling away very, very nicely at the front of this one. Let's see if we can drop back one white car. He's just exiting the sweeper now. There we go. Pick him up in shot. That is the 5 car. Just heading down the straight round the sweeper. So we've got a couple of quicker cars closing in on the back of us as well. Car quite reminiscent of the Masami-esque paint scheme. Can see just a little bit on the grass there. And we've got 2 faster cars off down the main straight. I think the quickest one of those is the sort of pink and greeny coloured car. Enzo Russolin.
3 minutes to drive.
Mark Stiles asking, are they allowed to do any prep on the tyres? They're taking the moulding bead off, so they're allowed to put them on a tyre sander, but there's no tyre warmers that are in use. Controlled additive in place in the tyre impound. They're also keeping quite a close eye out on anybody looking to gain a tyre advantage by trying to sit out around. So if someone is on a set of new tyres, or what's supposed to be a new tyre round, and doesn't complete 80% of the laps in that round, they're not allowed to consider that a used set of tyres. Second place car we're running with at the moment. We are aware that the timing's not running on the side of the screen. You can get the timing live on MyRCM. Billy saying, yeah, he's noticed the same as us, that the timing's not working. Yeah, we're aware of that on the side of the screen. You can catch up with the timing on RCM, so we have got live timing that's running. We're just working to fix that timing on the side of the screen. So we've got about 1 minute and 20 left of this race. Just going to see if we can pick up the leader for his run home. He's one of the 2 white coloured cars out there, number 1 car, so he's about to cross the start-finish line now. There we go. This our leader, Roberto Fabiano. He's heading down the main straight into 50 seconds. Kif saying they mandate you to run your old tyres each round. Yes, they do, to try and remove any kind of tyre strategy from the event. So weirdly, in round 1 yesterday, round 1 of qualifying, and they were running old tyres that had been run in practice previously. A bit disconcerting to see, but drivers still managing to do a fast time on them. Certainly for Formula, looked faster. Yesterday's times than today's on new tyres. Just coming into finishing times now. Roberto Fabiano finishing.
Start for 6. Start for 4. Start for 5. Start for 10. Start for 9. Start for 3. Start for 7. Start for 8.
Timing now fixed, so we've got proper timing from that run. Roberto Fabiano taking that with a 16-lap run, taking that by 1.9 seconds from Enzo Russolin. in the end. Fixed just in time for the top heat, by the looks of things. Alex Deschette will be leading this top heat away, based on yesterday's times then, from Simon Lauter, Filippo Dominin, very, very quick at the warm-up here. Adam Isay starts fourth, Federico Barbieri, Max Mackler, Zach Finley, Frederick Hovgaard, Ollie Boltink, and Luca Romagnoli. Billy saying Fabiano's car looks dialed. Yep, looked pretty quick out the front. Quite surprised they only pulled out 1.9 seconds, actually. Looked like a little bit more than that.
Attention, you need to start when you hear your number is an automatic announcement from the computer.
So just bringing you live coverage here on RC Racing TV of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from Gubbio in Italy. Despite the forecast of inclement weather, the sun is starting to break through. Track looking brighter, you can see that on camera as well. This event brought to you in conjunction with the event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padal, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. So I'd like to thank them for helping bring you the coverage.
All cars to the starting line. Marshal, please.
Marshals getting themselves into position. Cars forming up on the line. Deschette pulling himself. He's one of the white cars. Deschette leading away from Simon Lauter. Deschette initially winning the stock Euros held at Huddy Arena earlier in the year. Bengen Carlson, is there any handout motor? No, no handout motors. Just saw actually as we exited shot there on the right hand side of the pit straight there is a speed trap as well. Quite a common feature at tracks in Italy. Try and keep you up to speed with some of the top speeds that these guys are hitting. Something around, what have we just seen, 88k at the end of the main straight from Alex Deschette. Simon Lauter running actually in front. So if we can move back one car as they come out onto the main straight, there we go. That is Simon Lauter, very, very close. There's about a tenth of a second between them. Interestingly, 88k for Alex down the main straight and 84 for Simon. So somewhere in the region of, what have we got, 88k is something like 47 miles an hour? Something nearly 50. Maths are failing me slightly. Alex Deschette leading this one from the car we're running with Simon Lauter. Zach Finley's got himself up into third position. Strong run from Zach with the 3 car. That's the all orange coloured car. He's crossing the start finish line now. All yellow coloured car, sorry. Down the main straight and through the sweep. We'll pick him up next time round. So we'll let the cameraman know when he's got that. Oh, he's got him. Anyway, this Zach Finley running in third position as he crosses the line. Zach started out quite late, so moving around and jumping back up the order. Running with Zach at the moment as he drives up towards the back of Max Mackler. Max running a little bit more white on his body shell this weekend. Opens up to let Zach through. Zach is in front. Let's see what speed Zach hits. 84.5. Just keeping everybody sort of around the 84 mark. Yeah, even Alex Deshay's dropped off. So around the 84, 85k seems to be the top speed that they're settling at. Few just below 80k. So a couple of people, 88k, so 55 miles an hour, pretty much. 54.7, yeah, so okay. Let's get in the speeds, give you some kind of idea of what speeds these guys are doing. Pretty impressive, really, for a 13.5 stock class. It's a big old long straight. They're on power as they wind it up. Here we go with Zach's car as they come all the way out onto the main straight and run down the length of it. Billy Fletcher saying Deshay's geared to be fast out the blocks but might fade a little more. Well, it's certainly doing him no harm at the moment, though he has dropped down the field after a mistake. He's done a 17.6 fastest lap. Simon Lauter still leading this one with the 2 car. Let's see if we can get back to him out in the lead. He is the sort of white and blue coloured car. He's just crossing the start finish line now and sweeping round out onto the main straight. There we go. That is our leader, Simon Lauter. Adam Isay running in 2nd position. Deshay some 6 seconds back. Ollie Boltink up into 3rd position. Very close between Ollie and Zach. And in fact, Adam Isay as well.
To drive.
30 seconds left. Simon relatively comfortable, just waiting for it to update as the next drivers come through. He's got about 4 seconds actually in front, so really good performance here. Fairly dominating performance in this one. Helped by a bit of a mistake from Alex Deschette, dropping him down the field. Looking like Simon Lauter's going to take this round. Simon takes that round then, just waiting to see who is going to end up in 2nd position. So Filippo Dominin at the tail of that field. So junior driver, qualified in the top 4 of the IC Euros here. I believe his father is the Italian importer for X-Ray. Simon Lauter taking that one from Adam Isay and Ollie Boltink in the end. Let's just get an update on what that's done for the overall ranking lists. I think that's going to put Simon Lauter to the top. It has put Simon Lauter to the top based on his 2nd round score. So Simon Lauter is in front of Alex Deshay, Adam Isay, both on 6 points, but a 0 and a 6 for Deshay and a 2 and a 4 for Isay. Zach Finley and Max Mackler both on 11, a 4 and a 7 and a 5 and a 6. So top drivers in there. Ready for modified now, the fastest class and open class. Heading out there. 6 heats of formula coming up today. Billy Fletcher saying mega result for Zach. Yep, absolutely. A really good run from him. So Florian Wilhelm, Andreas Kutras, Andreas Johansson, Alexander Johansson, Andy Kuna, Julian Yost, Stamatis Kontazoglu, Damien Giddins and Mike Haswell in this heat. Anybody tuning in to watch Mike, I think he might be missing from this heat. He's Mike Haswell waiting for some parts to turn up, I believe. He's the only driver running his particular car here this weekend. And I think stripped a pulley yesterday, waiting for UPS to deliver a replacement to his hotel. We are aware that the stream quality has just dropped very slightly. We're working to bring that back up. You can see Mike Haswell not having taken the start, taking the line. Florian Wilhelm leading away. So we're running with Florian for a little bit at the start. Front two have made a fairly hefty jump on this. Andreas Kutras, one of the many Greek drivers, quite a few Greeks made their way over here. Chris Mitchell saying Mike Haswell is a soldier of international RC racing, should give him an award for relentlessly showing up. Ben Carlson saying, can we follow one of the Johansson cars? Yep, let's see if we can pick up car number 6. Well, in fact, car number 6 quite conveniently crashed in front of us, so he's just running around by himself now. We'll pick him up as he crosses the start-finish line. He is a green-coloured car that is heading around to cross the start-finish line now. There we go. So successfully navigates and gets out onto the main straight. It's the car of Alexander Johansson running towards the tail of the field after a mistake early on. Let's see if we can find the 3 car of Andreas Kutras. 3 car white and pink coloured car about to cross the start finish line now. There we go. That's our leader, Andreas Kutras. With about 3 minutes of the run remaining. Have a look, see what his car's looking like. We'll see if we can pick up his top speed as they head down the main straight. See what he manages. 109.3. 67 and a bit miles, and 67.5 miles an hour. So massive, massive speed from these modified cars. About 110 to 115 seems to be the highest that we're recording. Another 109, so quite a bit of boost and turbo cranked onto that. Christian Steinbrugger, good to see Mike Haswell racing out there. Yep, absolutely. I think Mike will be joining us on track later today, waiting for some parts to turn up for his car. When I caught up with him in the pits earlier, said they were en route to his hotel. He was desperately watching the UPS tracking. Andreas Kutras, who we're running with at the minute, leading this first heat of modified, first heat of 6. Looks like he's closing in on Damien Giddins. Still closing in on the back of Damien Giddins. It's actually taking him longer than expected to reel him in. Looks like Damien Giddins caught napping at the start of this run. But up and running at a decent pace now, 98k, 103k. Pace dropping off a little bit as we come into the final minute. Kiff saying, what did Mike Haswell break? I believe it was a centre pulley that he stripped, so picked up some debris, did a belt and a centre pulley, took all the teeth off of it. He is the only person running the example of the Destiny, I think, this weekend. No one else had one, so managed to place an order with Tony Sport, one of the event sponsors, and is winging its way here to the track via UPS. So he'll be back up and on track later. Chris Mitchell saying modified class, the quickest way to turn your race car into a pile of bits if you're not careful. Yep, absolutely. Very easy to return your car to component form. Everybody just hanging on into the final 10 seconds. Ooh, a little bit deep there from Koutras. Koutras taking that from Florian Wilhelm, Andy Kuhner. Julian Yost going to come home in 4th position. Michael Wolf saying, be nice to see Deshay and Zach set up for this. No doubt that will be published later on. I believe X-Ray normally publish the setups on the websites.
Nick has noticed. I mean,
So, hello, if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, bringing you live coverage from Gubbio in Italy. Fantastic facility here. Beautiful setting in the Italian hills, in the Italian countryside. Getting set for heat number 2 for the second round of qualifying from this IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships 2022. We're RC Racing TV and bringing you live coverage in conjunction with the event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Drivers getting set to go. Dimitrios Ioannidis, Soren Sparbier, Simone D'Artavio, Tim Coman, Michael Bock, John Ducachis, Daniele Pacini, Victor Litvinenko and Chun-Yin Lee. Sorry, that's Lin Yi Chun, the driver from Hong Kong. Warm-up lap open for the drivers. First time they get an opportunity to feel what the cars do today on new tyres from many of them. Chris Mitchell saying he's going to contest the Australian National in a few weeks. Looking forward to it. Good luck with that, Chris. Good to see drivers from around the world joining us. Feel free to say hi on the chat. We'll try and bring you in as much as we can. Dimitrios Ioannidis leading away. Not really sure what colour that car is. It's like a pinky reddy coloured car. Soren Sparbier giving chase. And Soren actually with a quicker opening lap by the looks of it. No, Ioannidis manages to pull it back. Tim Coman the quickest opening lap. In fact, very, very close between the top three. About a tenth of a second between them over the opening lap. We'll just let them stabilise. Still running with the leader at the moment. Sparbier giving chase, some 0.3 of a second back. 1.3 seconds on track. It looks like it's much closer this time around. Would almost expect Sparbier to jump to the top. Not quite.
4 minutes to drive.
Still running with the leader. Let's move back one car to the white car of Soren Sparbier. In fact, Coleman's got himself up into the front with the 3 car. He'll be somewhere about. If we can move back one car further to the white and blue coloured car. Here we go. This is our leader. Coleman, top 3, really close between all of them actually. Less than half a second between those guys. Just swapping around every lap really. Coleman now running in second position, drops down to third briefly as they cross the line, pops back up into second position. Yanadis now got about 0.6 of a second lead. He's pulled some hero laps out of it somewhere. See what speed he's achieving. 103 k's, not the fastest that we've seen. Still just over 62 miles an hour. Left to go. Yanadis still leading from this car that we're running with of Tim Coleman. Lost another 1/10 of a second last time around to Yanadis or Dimitrios Yanadis. Yanadis now got the gap up to around half a second. Quite a close battle out there, given how far apart they started. To be this close, it's really difficult for them. I mean, they'll have some kind of mental idea of where they're crossing as they cross the line. Still just under, it's like 4.5 tenths. Slightly quicker lap from the car we're running with at the moment, Tim Coleman. We'll stick with him for the minute. Yanadis coming up to some traffic, so this might well play. How long have we got? Just over a minute left. This one might work out very slightly in Coleman's favour. He's probably not going to get to the traffic. Traffic is compelled to get out of the way of Yanadis. But even so, with only half a second gap. There we go, Tim Coleman, the car we're running with, to the front. Slightly slower lap from Dimitrios Yanadis last time round, so as we thought. 45 seconds left. Having to navigate their way through the traffic didn't really get in his way or hold him up. It's just I don't know, it just takes your focus off very, very slightly. So Yanadis has got his way through that traffic now and is leading with 20 seconds to go by about 1/10. Let's see as they cross the line this time. Yanadis crosses the line. Coleman back to the front. 3.5 tenths. 10 seconds left. This is going to be perfectly timed for him, that he's not quite going to catch that traffic. I think top 3 are going to make it through for the extra lap. They have, predicting a time now about 9 tenths quicker than Dimitrios Yanadis, this car we're running with. Just looking for finishing times coming up. Tim Coleman then does just take that in the end by 7 tenths from Dimitrios Yanadis. Be a bit disconcerting possibly when that's called for Yanadis. He led away from the start. No one passed him on track. It'll be been driving around thinking, yeah, this feels quite good. And then, yeah, he's had a bit of a surprise, Tim Coleman, from further down the field. See Yanadis quite comfortably with the fastest lap, but not managing to hang on to it till the end. Heat 3 of Modified about to come up. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, bringing you live coverage from the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from Gubbio in Italy. Bringing you this coverage in conjunction with event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padao, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. Michael Wolf asking how many runs today. In theory, it's qualifying round 2 through to qualifying round 5. So, in theory, we've got 4 runs. This being the first one. There'll be a 25-minute break after this. And then another complete round before a lunch break of 1 hour. Then round 4, about another 25-minute half-hour break. And the last round of qualifying scheduled to finish some point around 5 p.m. Our time today. That's pending any rain delays. It's currently looking pretty good. Potentially some forecast this afternoon. But we're heading, it looks like, for 2 complete rounds. Drivers taking part in this heat: Michele Manzo, Matthias Knopp, Remy Callens, Jonathan Gandin, Harley Eldridge, Thomas Vigneron, Carl Frederick Grossel, Pekko Ivanen, Dai Sakaguchi and Benjamin Jabira. Dai Sakaguchi producing some pretty spectacular sparks yesterday as well. Michele Manzo leads away. See what he achieves down the main straight first time as he crosses the loop. 93k, not full beans, not straight off. Running, looks like an alpha shell. Obviously not a licensed alpha. 109k. That's Remy Callens. Remy Callens, the white car, 2 cars back in the lead. Right, there we go. Let's move back a couple of cars as the white car. There we go. That's our leader, Remy Callens. Down the main straight through that bank sweeper. Few cars, it looks like, having a little bit of push, a little bit of understeer in the car is helping them, weirdly enough. Certainly with a lot of these fast-flowing turns, it's helping them carry a little bit more corner speed. They're not scrubbing the speed off. They're having to hit a lower apex speed for a few of the slow turns out there. But through some of these high-speed turns, they're not scrubbing quite so much speed off. Not quite so much of an issue with Modified, but particularly notable with Bruno Coelho's car yesterday, carrying an awful lot of speed. Question, do we ever see ladies in any of these groups? Yep, Harley Eldridge is running in this heat. She is car number 5. They're running in 5th place in the heat at the moment. We're moving up to 4th place in the heat. Remy Callens leading this one from Michele Manzo. Matthias Knopp running in 3rd position.
3 minutes to drive.
Being asked what the temperature is. Ambient's about 20 degrees at the moment. So A little bit cooler than it was yesterday. It's slightly overcast, but temperature looking comfortable at the moment. Remy Callens still leading this one. Pretty close now. Michele Manzo is edging away now that his tyres have settled in. Harley up into third position. Remy Callens still leading this one by about 3/10 from Michele Manzo. Let's stick with him at the minute as he comes out onto the main straight, heads off down the main straight. Is there a football table? Yes, there is a football table. Not sure you'll hear it in the background. We have got an ambient mic out there picking up the sounds of the cars as they head off down the main straight. Had a bit of an off there for Remy Callens. Michele Manzo is going to move to the front. Harley pops up in second. Let's find Harley, actually, the 5 car. Just going to wait and see. She is the... she's another one of the white cars, I believe. Yep, she is. She's just gone down the main straight now, so we can... the white car circulating just in front of an orange car. Just see she's flying through the sweep. There we go, that's Harley that we're running with.
1 minute to drive.
One can paint jobs in plenty of evidence. Chris Mitchell saying, oh, we can hear it. Yep, you've just got the background noise of a few cars running out there. Camera located just down, or the mic located just towards the entry of the main straight, so you can hear as the cars spool up. Quite impressive, particularly with these open class cars running timing and boost. Hopefully no one running that in stock. Just coming in towards the end of this heat. Harley Eldridge finishes just about a tenth behind Michele Manzo in the end on that one. So, good end to the run for Harley. There we go. And we mentioned football. There we go. There's the football table. Drivers having the nice opportunity of enjoying that. At the end of the run, Michele Manzo takes that from Harley Eldridge, who we finished the run with, on Matthias Knopp, Jonathan Gandin.
Yeah, that table gets very busy when it's raining.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Right, so morning. How's things going?
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It looks like we're going to get a complete dry round in.
Yeah.
So that'll be 2 really complete dry rounds that will that'll be in the books.
I think one of the indicators of the possibility or the high chance of rain is when the flags on the stand around Zach are blowing towards the town. So blowing into the drivers' faces. If the wind's blowing into the drivers' faces, because that's the thunderclouds that are coming from the valley and approaching the mountain range that's behind the town. When it's blowing the opposite way, from the times I've been here before, there tends to be no rain during those times. But it's completely, it's pretty much overcast. But it is, there's blue. There's blue.
There is. So hopefully, at least this morning before the lunch break, we'll get another round out. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, bringing you live coverage of this IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships in conjunction with our event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobby Wing, and Tony Sport.
And we'll be talking to various
luminaries?
Luminaries and representatives of those, many of those sponsors. We'll have some some videos that we'll be playing through from them as well. So in between the races, obviously. So that'll be something to break up all the racing fun.
Break up the tedium of listening to me. Go on. You
We'll
wanted
get
to
some
say
music and some dancing. Yeah. So I believe that's Eduardo. Is it Eduardo or Alfonso from Amski who's going out there next to Jurgen?
I think that's Eduardo.
Yeah, I think that's Eduardo. It's weird he leads them off with a red flag.
Well, it's red and white, isn't it?
Well, the stick is white.
I think that's just where he's got it furled up.
Oh, maybe, but I don't know. You would think it'd be green, though, but whatever.
You would think, but he's using it to hold the cars as they come in.
Yeah.
Notice,
There we go. Yeah, I can see. I think it. I don't know.
Flaggate. We'll investigate during the break.
Flagspection.
Yes. You can see, everybody wanting to pull up on the line. Matt is Benetton leading the way.
So those of you who are happy enough to be watching this on a big screen, you'll notice that the stream resolution, I suppose, has gone up. So we had to drop down a little bit, but we're back to normal now. So you should be able to watch it not in 4K, but at least in 1080. We haven't had any big crashes coming through the chicane in the middle, have we?
No, I think everybody's been...
We'll probably see that when the racing actually starts, the head-to-head racing.
Yeah, potentially. I think also it's a bit different from a gas car, maybe, that you're not running quite so much curb. I mean, clattering a big curb like that, as, you know, I'm sure Lee Henson will tell you from Cotswolds last weekend, managed to clatter one of those and straight into a very similar sort of track layout, clatter into a railway sleeper, which much to his disgust.
There's no giving that.
No, absolutely not. So that sort of returning the car. And exactly as you said that, actually, I've just seen a car do a half spin in there of Cyril Ndaye at Loic Jasmine and Dominic Queck, running pretty quickly. So Dominic Queck from Singapore with the 10 car. Let's just see if we can pick him up and locate his car. He is the white and orange car just across the loop now, and off down the main straight. There we go. That is Dominic Queck, currently running in second position now. He is about 10th down. Michael Wolf says stream's looking good on his big TV. That was good to hear. Trying to bring you uninterrupted coverage, even if occasionally we do have to drop the resolution of the stream very slightly. Hopefully should be sorted for the rest of the day. Big speed from Dominic Queck there down the main straight. 116k. That's getting on. That's over 70 miles an hour. Yeah, that's over 70, I think. Yeah, well, yes. So it's 71, something like that, miles an hour. Right. That's pretty hefty speeds here that we're seeing. Not only that, it's the drive as well that you're seeing. Watch again as we open up. A little bit of push, a little slightly wider line, but it's allowing him to carry a hell of a lot of speed out and onto the main straight. Ken Lee saying, never been to Gubbio. Whereabouts in Italy is it? It's about 3 hours north of Rome. That's where we flew into and sort of drove from. So just to give you some idea of where it is.
Yeah, it's sort of between, if you go directly north of Rome and you kind of draw a straight line from Rome directly north to the Amalfi coast of Italy, which is the Adriatic, where it's kind of equidistant between the coast and Rome. So we're not far from Tavullia, which is the home of Valentino Rossi, and the San Marino Grand Prix track, or MotoGP track. We're not far from there. I think it's maybe an hour's drive through the mountains. Very pretty area.
absolutely. Sun starting to put in an appearance as well. Dominic Queck still leading this one with just over a minute left from Loic Jasmine. 0.6 of a second now, the lead. Michael Wolf, Dom's car looks quite happy. Yeah, it does. It's exactly the kind of car that you want underneath you. It just, it's not doing anything exceptionally well, but it's doing nothing badly. If anything, it's just got a very slight hint of push at low speed, but yeah, you can live with that. Certainly on a fairly wide open flowing track like this. Car just sits in there. There you go. Just maybe a little bit of rotation, but then is he going to start making mistakes with it? But yeah, it just looks very, very comfortable, very settled.
And just for anybody who noticed that the timing was frozen, it's just been refreshed. So that is now active, although it is the end of the round now, but this run, I mean. But, yeah.
Yep.
It's live.
Dominic Queck still leading this one with around 10 seconds to go. He is not going to make the extra lap, so looking Dominic Queck and Mattis Benetton going to do sort of 3:01s. So 3:01.3 for Dominic Queck. Dropping off slightly. In fact, Mattis Benetton had a slow last lap. Dropped him down the field a little. Heat number 4 done. Heat number 5 next, the penultimate heat of modified.
It'd be interesting to talk to Ron Falk and see how he's finding how much of a difference it is running touring car after running so much off-road last week in Spain.
Well, and Michael Olowski as well.
Yeah.
Michael second in this heat. Alexander Hagberg off first. So some big names out in this penultimate heat, and having a chat with Alex. Obviously, Alex seconded him round yesterday. Not quite working out for him in seeding, but actually potentially being the quick car in this lower heat, maybe a little bit of an advantage for him, he was saying. Michael Wolf, be interesting to see Alex and Bruno's laps. Wonder if they match yesterday. Difficult to say. They're on new tyres now, which they weren't yesterday, but I don't think the track conditions are quite as fast, so it could well equal itself out. Keep an eye. Alex doing us a favour and running race paint. It's a very familiar white and green coloured car. At a distance, not that different from David Ronafalk's car, but David with more yellow on the front of the car. But, certainly the green and white down the end of the main straight at first glance can be quite easy to spot. Also Ronald Volker out in this heat as well. So 2016 world champion Ronald Volker not seeding into the top heat directly. Some big names: Alex Hagberg, Michael Olowski, Nicholas Lee, Ronald Volker, Carl Branson, David Ronafalk, Hayato Ishioka, Alessio Macchio, Mattia Kalina, and Oliver Havranak. Hagberg leads away off down the main straight, opens it up. Let's see what he hits. 103k, 112 for Michael Olowski. Alex maybe not opening up. A little bit of over rotation there from Alex as well. So this is what we were saying about new tyres, perhaps choosing to live with that for a couple of laps in order that he maintains a good balance later on. Temptation would be to make a few changes to the car. Got a early retirement there for one of the cars. Just seeing who, I think that's Alessio Mazzio. Hagberg still leading this one. From Havranac and Hayato. Giving it a couple of laps to settle down. We can move one car back to the white car. That is Michael Olowski running, I believe, a prototype Schumacher this weekend. Michael Olowski still running in second position. In fact, Volker's got himself up into second now. Havranac. It's all swapping over. Pretty close between, well, like 0.2 of a second, covering Orlowski, who we're running with, through. Where is it? Through Ishioka to Orlowski, that whole gap. Carl Branson's got himself involved in that. So Hagberg going away slightly. He's like 0.6 to the good at the front of the pack. Best lap time of a 15.9. He's the only driver to go sub 16 in this run. Scotty saying, where is Reinhard? He's in the top heat. Positive perception. Another proto car. Yep. No. Slightly working on it. Hagberg going away quite nicely at the front. We're running with Orlowski at the moment. Let's move back one car further to Ronald Volker. Ronald's usual colour scheme. There we go. Got him on screen. Ronald running somewhere in the top, and Hayato's actually got himself to the front now. It's going to be a bit of a surprise for Alex. See if we can get Hayato. The 2 car. I believe he's the pink and black car, but we'll confirm that as he comes through. Yeah, Hayato's the pink and black car. He's just about to cross the start-finish line now. There we go. So, pink and black car there, just in the middle of the shot. This is our new leader, Hayato Ishioka. See him drop down the field and then pop back up to the top. He is 0.7 to the good from Alex Hagberg. And he'll know that, you know, Alex did a stonking time yesterday, second in round. Alessio Mazzio dropped out at the start of this run. So, car breakage. This car is on its side, just down by this marshal point here. Hagberg was at the top. Ishioka pops to the top as he started a fair bit down the field. Very close now between him and Hagberg at the front. So, Alex coming back at him. Everybody is. Alex has got a clear track in front of him. Ishioka's got a clear track in front of him. 1 minute left. 0.2 of a second now. Ishioka faster that time round. Hayato, very experienced driver. Pretty rapid. Flying through the middle of the circuit. Alex Hagberg moving back to the top. That will change this time round as Ishioka crosses the line. So Hagberg's back in front now by about 2.5. So we'll stick with Ishioka to the end of this. Ishioka, what is it, 0.3 now? Hagberg looking like he's going to take this one. Hagberg had about half a second on Ishioka. It's all going to come down to the last lap. Hagberg crosses the line, and he's got that by 2 and a bit tenths from Ishioka. In the end, Alex Hagberg taking that heat. Start-finish line is just visible underneath the race control building that you can see in the centre of shot there. So what RC cars are these? These are 1/10 electric touring cars. It's the IFMAR World Championship, bringing you live coverage here on RC Racing TV. Top heat for round number 2 of qualifying of modified. So that will be another dry round in the books. Top heat all set to go. Bruno Coelho is going to lead away from Christopher Krapp, Victor Wilk, Jules Groskamp, Yannick Prumper, Mark Reinhard, Lucas Urban, Akio Sabue, Alessio Menicucci and Naoto Matsukura. A couple of former world champions in this heat. Yeah, timing line is underneath that big scoreboard, so we're using it as a reference point on the track, so that we know where to sort of pick up cars from.
Attention, the crossing is open.
1 minute to start.
So break scheduled after this heat for about 25 minutes. So, and once this is done, we'll be back in time for the beginning of Formula 1, but still a big heat of action to come. So next round scheduled to start at, let's just check the time schedule. Qualification round 3 scheduled to start at 11:20. So yeah, it's going to work out as about 15-20 minute gap.
Start. On. Cut. 1.
Bruno Coelho not running race paint, which is odd. He was in practice, so perhaps he didn't quite like the positioning of the body shell that he was running. A white coloured body shell for Bruno. Chrissy Krapp giving chase. Let's run with Bruno for a couple of laps. Down the main straight. So after this, we're going to have about a 20-minute break. Start at 11:20 the next round. Bruno Coelho still leading this one though. Let's move back one car, see if we can pick up Victor Wilk. There we go, that is Victor's car. Victor running in second position in the heat. Going to see what he does as an overall round time compared to Alex. Just going to try and get Alex's run time. Alex's time was a 19 in 3:14 for reference. These guys are all currently showing to beat that, even Lucas Urban running in 10th. So Alex's time not holding up to scrutiny yet, but we're only a minute or so into the run. So we'll keep an eye on that. So remember a 19 in 3:14 for Alex. Bruno heading for a 19 in 3:04. Chrissy Krapp running in second position, who we're running with at the moment, 19 in 3:10. So Bruno heading for a time some 6 seconds quicker. Pretty dominant performance coming together. Just having a look at Chrissy's car, looking quite good, looking quite comfortable. Gilles running in fact, he's got himself up into second. If we can go back one car further. There we go. It's Gilles Groskamp running in second position. Very, very close between him and Chrissy. Both very experienced drivers. Gilles, 2012 world champion, winning that title in Holland. Couple of minutes left. Bruno still running out in front. We're running with Gilles at the moment, running in second position. Currently about 3 seconds back. In fact, Bruno's time slowing down. So Bruno's got some very hot opening laps, and he's done a 15.6. Victor, the only other driver to have gone sub 16 with a 15.8. Everybody else is sort of going at 16 flat. Gilles flowing through the middle of the track, just trying to see who that is following him. That's the 3 car, that is Victor who's following him. Groskamp still running in second. Chrissy Crap running in third position in the heat. About 0.4 of a second down. Got a minute left, so let's pick up Bruno again. Where is he? The 1 car. So he's just crossed the start-finish line now on the main straight. It's the last of the cars down the main straight. There we go. This is our leader, Bruno Coelho. Just over 30 seconds of the run remaining of this top heat. Remember, 3:14 was the time we were looking for, so all of a sudden Hagberg's time looking a lot more robust as we got towards the end of the run. Bruno definitely going to beat it. Bruno flying away at the start, going to set a time some currently 4 seconds quicker than Gilles. Going to be pretty close for the overall round score. A bunch of them running 3:14s at the minute, which is what Alex did as well. We're going to have to wait for that to play out. Bruno's definitely going to take this round. Just going to wait and see as everybody crosses the line where everybody's going to drop in. So Bruno has done a 3:10. Chris has done a 3:14. So I think that's put Alex third in round actually, because everybody else has dropped off to a 3:15. Let's just check that one. See if we have an update on the overall. Waiting for a refresh, and we'll bring you the live ranking lists. There we go. So Bruno's taken his second round win. Alex actually second in round again. So just getting that on time. What did he do? He did a 3:14 in 1:64, and Chrissy did a 3:14 1:90. So really close for second in the round. Bruno 4 seconds down the road at the end of that. We're going to go for a bit of a break now, and back at around 20 past for the beginning of round number 3 of qualifying.
Welcome to Sao Paulo. We have been specializing in the development and production of future.
Acchio to the tire removal, Acchio to the tire removal, thank you. Tutti i piloti under 16 sono pregati di andare in segreteria. All the driver with age under 16 need to go to the secretary or the driver registration area.
Devono togliere la faccia.
Poi visto Dio adesso se ti rischiari lì. Sì, però io arrivo per sempre. Mo ti mettono là davanti per prima. L'ho visto che sono guarda guardiamo lì per capire bene. Però vanno verso le montagne, capito? Se ti serve un po'. Via sì.
Welcome back. Just as you can see there, round win in each round for Bruno. Alex Hagberg second in each round, despite not seeding himself into the top heat. Doing his best run time in run 2. Bruno's run 1 time still holding up there. We're just getting set for the second run of the day. So round 3 in total. This the F1. Good morning to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We are bringing you live coverage across this event, the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships for 2022 from Gubbio in Italy. Bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padal, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Michael Freeble going to lead away this heat of Formula. So there's 2 heats of the Formula class to run, 3 heats of the stock class, and then 6 heats of modified to run through. Say hi to us on the chat via YouTube if you want to see us. Interact with us. Try and give you shout-outs if we can do. Qualifying all getting set to go. Drivers being released for a warm-up lap. Luke Lee taking round number 2 of qualifying. David Urbar leading qualifying overall. Heat 2, just getting set to start.
3, 4, 8, 5, 6, 11, 7, 10.
Running with Michael Freeble, our leader at the minute. Jean-Michel Varinard running him fairly close last time round. Michael is currently, he's currently in the worst possible position. He's currently BQ with a 10th and an 11th in round from his 2 counting rounds so far. BQ, not a nice place to be. A little bit of over-rotation for him there on the exit of one of the turns. Believe everybody on second run tyres for this round 3. Q3, I think everybody on second run tyres. for this one. So they'll have had a chance to bed them in. The sets that they ran earlier, they'll have possibly a little bit more understeer, slightly more stable cars. Track temperature is going to have built up nicely and be a little bit cleaner. Who else is running fast out there? Alexander Perrin running in 3rd position in the heat. Let's just get some comments, or see if there's any comments from people. Let's see if we can find the number 9 car out there. F1 car's a little bit harder to spot the numbers on. It's the 6 car, just trying to find the 9. There's the 5. 4, the 2. 11. There's the 9 car, the pink coloured car. He's on the main straight now. There we go. That is our 2nd place man, Alexander Perrin, Frenchman. Currently running, what's he done? He's done a 22.3 best lap, so he's gone quicker than Michael Freeball over a single lap. Average is about 0.3 slower than Michael, so a little bit more instability in the car. Harder to produce a single lap time from. Very brave over the curbs there, taking quite a lot of chicane. These F1 cars powered by 21.5 turn brushless motors. Speed control is running in blinky mode, we hope. 2-cell LiPo batteries. Typically the shorty packs, or what we term as shorty packs, slightly reduced in capacity, but a bit more of a compact package. A little bit of an issue with the bot dots there for 2nd place man. It's stuff like that that will cost him overall run time. Though Michael Freeball also not having a particularly fast lap last time out. Gap between them about 0.9 of a second. And quite a neat loop there. That was quite I mean, he was fully committed to that loop. Went in there, a little bit too much curve through the chicane, and stayed with it, kept it pinned, full rotation, and kept it going, kept it moving. Style points definitely due. A little bit loose on the rear of the car, bit of over rotation on corner entry. Might want to consider, given this is 2nd run tyres, maybe worth taking a little bit of pod droop out of that car. Prevent quite so much weight transfer to the front off throttle.
That's what I was thinking. Pod droop is the possible problem.
Yeah.
Definitely agree on the pod droop.
Yeah. Frank,
I mean, that's totally a term that I've heard before this weekend.
Pod droop. Well, it's only applicable to pan cars and pan cars and F1 cars. You've just seen them on the grass again. So you're limiting forward weight transfer. It's rear droop in touring car terms. So I think most of these guys running ball diffs as well rather than gear diffs. I don't think anybody's running a spool out there in F1 cars. That's more of a carpety foam tyre thing to run a solid axle in the rear of the car. But in general, if you have too much weight transfer to the front off throttle, it can make the car over rotate, which is what we were just seeing there.
Droop usually refers to my mood after finishing racing.
Coming into finishing times, Michael Freeball is going to have taken that, and he's taken it by about 3 seconds in the end from Varanard, who we were running with. So getting ready for the top heat of F1 to go. Looks pretty close between Luke Lee and David Urbar. David Urbar taking the 1st round last night, Luke Lee taking the 2nd round. David will start first by dint of having set a faster time. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here for our live coverage. Got a fresh camera viewpoint now for this round. We can see you've got drivers forming up on the rostrum. So I can bring you that over the course of the weekend. Bringing you this live coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships in conjunction with our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padao, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. Waiting for the top heat of the Formula 1 class to be released for round number 3 of qualifying. That'll be 3 rounds out of 6 in the books once this is done. Halfway through qualifying. All done so far on a dry track, despite forecasts.
Attention, the track is open.
1 minute to start.
One minute until the start of the run. Cars being released out onto the circuit. Used tyre run for all of these drivers. David Erbar is going to lead away from Luke Lee. Lucas Hoch will be in 3rd position. Lucas 3rd overall with currently showing 3 points, tied with Brian Ferreira. So top heat currently forming the top 10. Luke Lee getting himself to the line nice and early.
Start. On car. 2, 4, 3.
David Erbar leads away. Luke Lee giving chase.
1, 11.
Through the sweep. Let's stick with David for a couple of laps and see what Luke can do. They switch position to the middle of the circuit. Lucas Hoch actually with a quicker opening lap, and Andreas Stiebler takes himself to the front. We'll stick with these guys for a couple of laps. It certainly looks like Luke has eaten into that 1 second advantage. It wouldn't surprise me to see Luke to the front. Stiebler still leading this one by about 9/10 of a second. Seeded first as well. We'll give him another lap and then we'll try and find him. Is he bringing himself into position, maybe? Started towards the tail of the field.
In the lead is number 1, followed by 4, 2, 3, 7.
David still leading this one from Luke at the minute. Andreas now back to the front. I'm just having a look at the number that he's got on his car. He's in one of these groups. Andreas still leading this one now by some 9/10 of a second from David Erbar, who we're running with. If we drop back one car, have a look at Luke Lee. We'll keep an eye on Andreas. I think Andreas may have the wrong number on his body shell, possibly. So I'm not seeing a number 1 car out there. I'm just going to have to try and pick him up as he separates himself and crosses the line. Andreas Stiebler about 1 second in front. Luke Lee's got himself back in front of David Erbar. Andreas starting towards the tail of the field. He's one of the cars that's just crossed the loop. He's in with a pack of cars at the moment. Until he can break clear of that, it's difficult to identify what one he is. I think he is the car that is circulating with the number 7 on his body shell. Yes, pretty certain he is. Stiebler trying to get himself into it. We're running with Luke Lee at the moment as he closes in on David Erbar. Started 1 second behind. That's definitely less than a second. 2 minutes left to run. Okay, one of the cars in the pack that Andreas is running with has dropped out, so we'll see if we can pick up Andreas. He is the white coloured car. He's just crossing the line now and out onto the main straight. Believe that to be Andreas, leading this one now by best part of 2 seconds. So the sort of very, he's back 1 car from that, I think. There we go. No, in fact, he's at the back of that pack, so he is a couple of cars further back. There we go.
1 minute to drive.
So second car in this group is our leader, Andreas Stiebler. He's navigating his way around and through some traffic. There we go. 30 seconds left. This our leader by about 1.3 seconds. Luke Lee moves to the top, but then Andreas will come round as he crosses the line, returns to the top of the field. 2 seconds now. So we're going to have 3 different round winners from 3 rounds. Andreas Stiebler moving himself into position. Looking like it could be a strong run from him. See what that does to the overall. He was top seed after qualifying yesterday. That's why he's got the number 1 on his car. Lucas Hock up into 2nd position. So previous 2 front runners, Luke Lee and David Erbar, dropping down to 3rd and 4th position. Stiebler having taken that one then, he's... In fact, at the end, there was a bit of a mistake from him. Luke Lee pops up into 2nd, so I think that's going to put Luke into... Well, he's got a round win and he's got a couple of 2nd positions in round, so I think that's going to move Luke to the front of the current qualifying standings. Let's see if we can just get a refresh on that. I'm pretty sure that within the Formula class, Luke will be currently leading that overall. And actually for him, that's probably pretty good that David didn't take the overall win. Someone else did, who hasn't got good scores, other counting good scores currently. Just getting a refresh on that data. So, yeah, at the moment, that's showing drop scores, but Andreas Stiebler, yeah, he hasn't got another good score to drop at the minute. We'll see what's happening with regards to drop scores. waiting for the spec class to be released out onto the track. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We are bringing you live coverage from Gubbio, the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from 2022. Coverage brought to you in conjunction with our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport.
Seconds to start. Start of car 1, 5,
Car 1 being set away, Alessio Navaria.
3, 6, 8, 7, 9, 10.
So these the stock touring cars, 13.5 ton motors. A few of you asking what kind of final drive they are running. It's going to be somewhere in the sort of 4.2 final drive ratio. We'll catch up with a few drivers in a minute, see if we can find out exactly what's going on with them and see if we can be a little bit more accurate as to what they're running. Just see one car on the grass there. If we can go back one car to the 2 car of Battas. He's running yeah, that's not really helpful. He's running a what can only be described as a stealthy grey body shell. I think he's just had a half spin. Quite frankly, he deserves it for running a car that's the same colour as the tarmac. Don't think we'll have much hope of finding him out there. That's Matteo Pieracci running that colour. Alessio Navarro, Pietro Federico leading with the 3 car. See if his car's a bit more sensibly coloured. 3 car, yeah, it's yellow front, orange rear, just across the loop now. And off down the main straight. There we go. That's him. So that is our leader, Federico. He's leading by about 1/10 of a second at the minute. Pietro Federico, Italian driver. Moves to the top. His best lap, a 19.2. Alessio Navaria with a 18.995, although he's lapping a little bit slower at the moment. Tassos Battas, again, did an 18.7 straight off the bat. So only 3 drivers going sub 19 at the beginning of this stock class. Remember, 3 heats of stock, followed by 6 heats of modified. We'll bring you all of that coverage. Then we will have a bit of a break, best part of an hour for lunch break for all the drivers. And we'll be back after that. Federico still leading this one. Quite a distinctive colour scheme as he flows through out onto the main straight, opens it up. Through the bank turn, camera flattens that angle a little bit. He just has some traffic come back on in front of him. Manages to successfully navigate that without too many issues. Decent run coming together. 2 minutes left. Federico still leading this one by about 6/10 of a second from Tassos Battas. Nikos Nikolakopoulos in 4th position. Running at the moment, another one of the Greek drivers. Tassos Batas now back to the front, I believe. No, Federico. That's changing over all the time. Federico Pietro still leading the end of that one. In fact, he's got about 3 seconds lead now, so he's just back in the pack. He's fought his way through some traffic.
1 minute to drive.
1 minute left of this heat. Bit too much of the bot dot there. Slowed him slightly. I think the traffic behind him was quite kind and realised that the leader who he just let go, he'd made a bit of a mistake and didn't pin the throttle open. So good driving from, well, not good driving from the leader, but good driving from 2nd position.
10 seconds to drive.
30 seconds left. More traffic being closed in on. Ten seconds left to go now. Always a bit difficult as the leader of a heat. Clearly you want a good time and traffic is compelled to get out of the way. And he's ended up on his roof. So was that too much over the bot dot? I think that was. Just a little bit too much of the dot right at the end as well. That's going to... He had 3 seconds of a lead, needed marshalling. Let's just see how costly that proved to be for Federico as he crosses the line. Oh, that's going to hurt. Drops him from the lead down into 4th position. So last lap. That let Tassos Batas take the heat from Matteo Piericci and Nikos Nikolakopoulos.
Split it up into 2 or 3.
Heat 1 of touring car stock complete. Getting set for Heat 2. Roberto Fabiano, Andrea Muscolino, Flavio Palladin, Enzo Russolin, Attilio D'Angelo, Manuel Wagner, Marco Di Vincenzo, Jacopo Antonelli, Kevin Sparbier and Benjamin Elbiser will be starting in this heat.
Piece of effort to the tire disassembly area. Thank you.
Waiting for cars to be released. Many of you wondering what the hissing noise is that you can hear in the background. That's the air compressor that the club have provided. Fantastic facility here in Gubbio, Italy. It's the air compressor for cleaning cars after a run.
Attention driver, track is open.
1 minute to start.
Cars released out onto the circuit. One warm-up lap here being given to these drivers.
30 seconds to start.
Sun's starting to beat down on the circuit here. Again, thank you to our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padel, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this live coverage from the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships of 2022.
Start. On. Car. 1, 2.
Roberto Fabiano leads away with the white body shell. Andrea Muscolino sets off after him very, very quickly. He went on the T of 2, I think, when his number got called there. Very, very keen to get away. Get a bit of a tow from the leader. Those front two have already made a break for it. And it looks like the 9 car of Flavio Paladin having a few issues getting the power down. Muscolino leading. So the white and green car on shot is the leader of those two. Those cars running 1 and 2. The second of the 2 cars currently running in front. They started out 1 second apart. Very much less than 1 second between them now. We sort of move the focus to the rear of those 2 cars at the moment. There we go. That is our leader. Leader is the car immediately in front of him, or the second place man. Ooh, that was a little bit... don't know quite what happened there. I think it was a small mistake from the 1 car of Roberto Fabiano. And I think Muscolino realised that they were about to have a coming together. I think he could do with getting past. Let's see as they go off down the main straight. I think Fabiano might be off Muscolino's Christmas card list pretty soon. They're sort of running together. I don't know. Muscolino looks like he could go a little bit faster if he can find his way past. He's closing all the way up through the infield, and then he's just losing it right up down the main straight and through the sweep at the end. You can see he's right on him here as they come down through the sweep, head off down the main straight. He's on the inside now. And he's just losing out. He's just the traction, just the drive. He's definitely closer this time, though. Of course, they're not racing for position on track. The second of these 2 cars is definitely on front on the track, on the clock, not yet on the track. Probably thinks he could go faster if he can find his way past. Fabiano, though, will be aware that he's on for a good time too. Doesn't want to open up too early. There we go, that's resolved it. So a little bit of a bobble over the bot dots. Now let's see if we can get a break for it coming from Muscolino. See if Andrea Muscolino can run for it. See if Fabiano realises that that's the leader and can hang on for a decent time behind him. Muscolino looking like he's got some decent pace in his car. Fabiano a little bit quicker down the main straight and through the sweeper possibly, which is where we came into this. The 2 cars generating relatively similar lap times. Muscolino having done an 18.3 best lap. Fabiano an 18.4. Manuel Wagner not running particularly badly. He's up into 2nd position at the moment, so he's about 1 second down on this car that we're running with. We've got a minute and a half left, so we'll stick with him at the minute. Could be a good time coming together for Wagner. Christian Steinbrugger asking what's the fastest speed on the straight from the fastest heat of touring car spec. We've seen something in the region of 70, just about 70k for. We worked it out about 55 miles an hour that we're seeing for the spec class. Speed trap seems to have frozen at the moment because it's constantly displaying 33.4. They're definitely going faster than that, but that was about the speed we were seeing.
10 seconds to drive.
Che aveva problemi di grosso.
20 seconds left. Muscalin still leading this one. He's just finding his way through a little bit of traffic. You really don't want to throw it away right at the end there. We saw that in the previous heat. Made it all the way through to the split lap in front and then made a mistake. Worst possible time to do it. Roberto Fabiano picking up pace towards the end of the run. Fabiano closing back in, but not enough. Muscolino knows that he started behind, so if he crosses the line in front, he's definitely on for having done a better time. So Andrea Muscolino takes that one from Roberto Fabiano. Manuel Wagner in third position. French driver, I would have, his name sounds more Germanic, but Manuel Wagner in third position. And Kevin Sparbier, who is German, in fourth position. Top heat of spec all set to go. See there, all the drivers up on the rostrum. So we're going to have Simon Lauter off first from Alex Deschette, Adam Isay, Filippo Domani, sorry, Ollie Bultink, Zach Finley, Federico Barbieri, Max Mackler, Frederick Hovgaard, and Luca Romagnoli. Drivers getting focused. Looking down, last minute tweaks the transmitter there for, looks like, Ollie Bultink. Extra click of steering for confidence.
The marshal, please. Parking is open.
Cars released out onto the track for this top heat of spec class for the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships in 2022, held in Gubbio, Italy. Event coverage brought to you here on RC Racing TV in conjunction with our event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. 30 seconds to start. We can see Simon Lauter's going to lead away from Alex Deschette. Simon running race paint.
Start. On. Cut. 2, 1, 5, 4.
Alex Deschette showing his intention. He was parked right up the bumper of Simon Lauter as they went off the line. Didn't want to lose any advantage from being on a different line. Cars through the first lap. Always a nice thing mentally to get that first lap complete with no mistakes. 18-0 from Lauter, 18-1 from Deschette. Lauter we're running with at the moment. Front two have already made a bit of a break for it. Adam Isay running in third position. You can see the gap there between the front two, just over 1 second. 1 minute in. Damani up into second position with the number 4 car. 13-year-old junior driver. He is another one of the all-white cars. He's on the main straight now. He's just going through the sweep. He's catching the back of Adam Isay. There we go. This is our second place man currently. Running about 8/10 off of the lead. That's Adam Isay in front of him. And Adam Isay does the decent thing, opens up as they come out onto the main straight. So that's some impressive horsepower that Isay's got there. Isay himself having a bit of a breakthrough year. Made the A-main at the 12th Euros. Initially podiumed at the Touring Car Euros. Had a slight issue, unfortunately, with motor, which ended up losing him and costing him that position. Damani now running in third position. Deschette's stabilised that half a second between the top 3. Hovgaard not a million miles off either. Whole pack covered by, as we come into about half the run, 5 seconds. Damani now into second position. Simon Lauter's about half a second down the road. Very close between Damani, who we're running with, and Alex Deschette, who ran off in second position. 2 plain white cars out there, and we're running with the second of those on the track, running in second position to Simon Lauter, and it actually looks like, out of the corner of my eye, it looks like Deschette's coming back at Lauter, and Damani, is he going for the lead? No, he's not. Deschette's closed in. How much have we got? Still half a second covering the top 3. In fact, if we can get Deschette's car with 1.5 minutes left, they're just coming across the loop now and out towards the main straight. He's the second white car. There we go. There we go, just picked him up. So that is Alex Deschette, who is putting in some pretty hot laps. He's got that. He's chasing down that car of Simon Lauter in front of him. Started out 1 second apart. Lauter had the gap up to about half a second, and it is coming down in. It's coming down very, very quickly. This gap. One minute left to drive. Deschette now leading this one from Simon Lauter. He's taken the lead by about 1/10 of a second. He'll be closing in. A little bit of an issue over the bot dots there. Managed to get the power down. See, Isay has come back at Damani. So seeing a bit of a divergence of sort of race. I guess you could call it strategies. You've got sort of Lauter and Damani going out very fast. I mean, really got nothing in it at all now between Deschette and Lauter. There's a 1/10 of a second. So about 6 seconds covering the whole field. So really quick heat coming together here. Lauter back to the front now as they come up for the finishing times. Let's have a look. Lauter's got Deschette. Lauter has just taken that one. I think we're waiting for finishing times for the others. Damani drops down to 4th. Frederick Hovgaard, Danish driver, leaps up into 3rd position right at the end. So about 2/10 of a second Simon Lauter got that one in the end. That is qualifying done for the spec class. I think that's going to be Simon Lauter in front with 2 zeros at the minute. Alex Deschette, the other driver, with a 0. So, yeah, there we go. Simon Lauter with 2 zeros. So all the qualifying done today. He's taken both those rounds. Round 2 with his fastest time. Alex Duchette with his quickest time yesterday evening. And you can see very, very close on the tie break. It was less than half a tenth between them on the, if that comes down to tie break, 17.508.088 against 17.508.118. Pretty close there. Zach Finley doing pretty well as well on 11 points. Drop score for him there. Roberto Fabiano from the previous heat doing a top 10 in round. Might sneak him in. Simon Lauter leading overall though with that stock class. So that's the conclusion of stock class and other dry tracks. That's now 3 complete rounds in stock. We're watching the first heat of modified. Set to go. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, bringing you live coverage of this IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from 2022. From Gubbio in Italy. Bringing you coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport.
Start.
Andreas Kutras going to lead away from Florian Wilhelm, Andy Kuhner, Andreas Johansson, Alex Johansson, Julian Yost, Damien Giddings, Stamatis Kontazoglu, and I don't think Mike Haswell has received the parts for his car yet. Mike Haswell still missing at this stage. Front 2 leading away, pushing pretty hard out the front. Julian Yost up into the lead. Julian Yost, the 4 car. Let's just see if we can spot him in this lead gaggle. Julian Yost, the white and red car. He's just crossing the line now, just immediately in front of a green car. There we go. That is our leader. He was leading. He's made a small mistake, dropped back to about 1.5 tenths off. But nothing fishy going on. Just a small mistake, dropped him slightly down the pack. Julian Yost, let's see if he can push himself forwards a little bit. Johansson should be relatively easy to get, looking at his lap times. Florian Wilhelm still leading this one. Julian now dropping down the field very slightly. Lead battle going on between 1 and 2 out there. So car 1 is the white car. He's just crossed the line now on the main straight. There we go. Car 2, the yellow car, just out the back of shot behind him. Mark Chinnery asking what's happened to Mike Haswell. He broke his car yesterday in practice and is waiting for parts to arrive. Should be with him at some point today. I know he was checking in on UPS tracking. So parts ordered yesterday and hopefully arriving at some point today. I think when we caught up with him before practice this morning, parts were in Italy, so should be with him at some point over the course of the morning. I would imagine, hopefully he'll be able to go and get them at lunchtime, get them fitted and do a couple of runs. 2 minutes to drive, still running with the leader. The one car. It's got about 7/10 now. There's a gap.
Communication from the race organization, no lunch break, we'll go directly to Q4. We will publish soon the new race schedule.
Still front two heading round. We've got about 9/10 between them. Julian Yost got himself back up into third position. With the leader through the bank turn now. Flattened out slightly, that image, but is most definitely a bank turn. Just coming up on some traffic, who rather nicely loops out the way just in front of him. So fairly spectacular. That's not the most efficient way of letting someone pass, but got the job done. Slight panic, I suspect. Bit of a twitchy moment there, probably for the leader as well. Last thing you want to see is the leader have a car spin directly in front of you. Last few seconds of this first heat of stock. Speed trap looking like it's recording stuff a bit more representative. I'm seeing 97.6 as a recorded speed. Everybody filing into the pits.
Communication from race direction, we will not have the lunch break.
So just hearing that there's a revised timetable being published. Let's just see if we can see what that is going to look like. So there's going to be a about 15-minute break. So this round finishes at 12:45, and so we're going to skip the hour lunch break. The following round will start at around 1 p.m. So we'll have about 15-minute gap, and then we are going. Where are we? Q. Okay, so there's then the hour gap seems to have moved currently on the currently published schedule to the end of round number 4 at around. So round 4 scheduled now to finish at sort of 2:30ish hour local time, and 3:30 for local time again for the beginning of round number 5. Don't know if that is in response to any of the forecasts, possibly, that we have.
30 seconds to start.
Heat number 2 lining up.
Start.
Dimitrios Yiannidis leading away.
1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 4, 6, 8.
Dimitrios Yiannidis leads away from Soren Sparbier. Dimitrios, I'm not sure we established the colour of his car. It's sort of a pinky, reddy, canary red, maybe. It's not quite pink. It's I don't know. I'm not sure how we can best describe the colour of that car.
Ό,τι αδιαφοράει συν λάστιχο. Λοιπόν,
Frank's looking out for that car now. He's intrigued.
όχι, μισό λεπτό. Εσύ θα του πεις.
It's okay. It's fuchsia. Okay. So if we cut to another car and then come, is that back to the fuchsia? Sorry. We just hope he doesn't hit 88 down the straight. That's 88 miles an hour, not 88k. If someone hits 88 miles an hour, I'll be impressed. Car number 5, Simone D'Artavio, running in second position. Let's see if we can pick him up somewhere out there. Car number 5, he is that's most definitely a fluoro orange coloured car. He's on the main straight now. There we go. So the second of those two cars. Now the first of those two cars. Dimitrios Yiannidis leading this one still from the car we're running with. Simone D'Artavio. 6 laps in. 3 minutes left. Just having a look to see what the gap between them is as they cross the line. D'Artavio starting a little bit further down the field. He is, what is he, 2.6 seconds back. Daniele Piccini making his way forward. Good to see Litvinenko as well, the Ukrainian driver, running in 4th position. Time for car number 9, John Dukakis. Still these two heading round. D'Artavio, and that car immediately in front of him is still the number 1 car of Sparbier. Sparbier. This qualifying heat number 2 of modified. There's 6 heats in total modified.
Number 6. Next car at the outside, please. Thank you.
Yiannidis still leading this one with a minute to go. See if we can pick him up with the fuchsia coloured car. He's just making his way out onto the main straight now, followed by 2 cars, so we have gone back to the fuchsia.
Seconds to drive.
30 seconds left. Yeah, that is Dimitrios gonna take this one. Greek driver from Simone Di Ottavio.
Stop for car. 2. Stop for 5. Stop for 1. Stop for 4. Stop for 7. Stop for 8.
All companies. Race is over.
Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on our live coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 World Championships, Touring Car World Championships, being held at Gubbio in Italy. We're RC Racing TV and we're bringing you live coverage of the event in conjunction with X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padal, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. Getting set for qualifying heat number 3 of a total of 6 of the modified class. This round number 3 of qualifying. Sounds like we're going pretty much straight into round number 4. There'll be a 10 to 15 minute gap between the end of this round and the start of round number 4. Just a slightly revised timetable that we have seen having been published. Just checking there's no further updates. No further updates. So we're scheduled to finish at 12:45 with round number 4 beginning at 1 o'clock. And the gap moving from, this hour-long gap moving from 2:30 or 2:25 through to 3:30. But we'll keep you updated on that as that plays out. Michele Manzo going to lead this heat away from Harley Eldridge and Matches Knopp.
5, 3, 1.
Manzo's car, the bright orange coloured car, leads off down the main straight.
7, 10.
Michele already making a break for this one. See what his opening lap is. Looks like he's pulled a fair gap already. Not sure if Harley didn't get off the line particularly well. It won't matter because her clock didn't start. But Harley with the 17.6, Michele with the 17.4. So I think that was more just a matter of Harley not going on the right on the start tone. Running with Manzo leading this one. Matches Knopp in second position. Harley now in third. You have to bear with us. Just lost individual lap times. Just waiting for that one to refresh. Michele Manzo is still definitely leading this one from Dai Sakaguchi now. Harley pops up into second. I think Dai will move up as he crosses the line. He started a little bit further down the field. There we go, up into third position. Let's see if we can pick up Harley's car, which is one car back from Michele's car. The white car just through the sweep. There we go, that's Harley's car. So a couple of white cars out there, but this is Harley's car we're running with. Down past race control and the toilet blocks, down the main straight. Car looking good, car looking pretty well balanced there for Harley. She can push fairly hard.
minutes to drive. Yes, 5, 1, 7, 9, 10, 8, 4.
Still running with Harley with a couple of minutes to go. Remy Callins now up into second position. He's about 3/10 down the road from Harley. Let's have a look for the one car. In fact, he's the white car, one car back from Harley, I think. If we can move the focus back one car, there we go. This is our second place man, Remy Callins, French driver. And in fact, Manzo's been on the grass, so I think Callins now will be leading that one. He is. Kenny Manzo dropping down the field. Bit of a mistake there from the Swiss driver. Remy Callins now our leader that we're running with. The two white cars at the front of the pack. Remy starting out 1 second behind Harley and trying to work his way into that gap. Currently about half a second up on the split on Harley. He's pushing quite hard behind, trying to close in.
1 minute to drive.
One minute left to run. You can see Remy about 4/10 now. Harley trying to open up that gap. Remy pushing hard, trying to keep the gap as small as possible. They should, with 30 seconds left. There's a couple of cars they're closing in on. I don't think Harley's quite going to get there. Now Harley's through one bit of traffic. Don't think Remy's quite going to get there. So one car in between them. Couple of seconds left. Harley to the front. Remy, what is he now? He's 1.5 tenths. Could happen. Needs a clean last lap from the pair of them. Let's just see what happens as they cross the line. I think Remy should just hang on to this. See as they cross the line. Harley to the front. Remy just gets it. What was it? 4/10 in the end. So Remy Callins gets that one from Harley Eldridge. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. If you've come across our coverage on either YouTube or Facebook, or indeed any of the other locations it is being shared, believe we have at Sushihara also using the stream and giving some coverage in Japanese as well for some drivers, so good to see footage being used worldwide. As we said, we're RC Racing TV, bringing you this coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car Worlds for 2022 from Gubbio in Italy. Fantastic facility, sun beating down on the circuit now. Quite windy, looking at the state of the flags. Joining us midway through qualifying round number 3, heat 4 of modified. All set to go.
Sunset Beach Restaurant is now open. Per chi vuole aperto il ristorante. The marshal, please. Okay, attention. Track is open.
1 minute to start.
1 minute until the start. Mattis Bentin will lead away from Dominic Queck, Niccolo Marone, Mr. Hot Race, providing all of the tyres this week. Jasmine, Sota Gotu, Ryosuke Yamamoto, Cyril Ndaye, Gabriele Baselli, Mate Sulk, and Jin Sawada.
Seconds to start.
Ben Kay saying, how's the weather looking? Will it rain before they can complete the scheduled rounds? They've broken the rounds down, Ben, so they're considering F1 a round. They're considering stock a round in its own right and modified a round in its own right. Looking at the moment like we're certainly going to get this round 3 done. They've brought forward round 4 and ditched the lunch break, so haven't had a chance to speak to anyone yet, but I would suspect that's because there's rain forecast for later in the afternoon. So I think what they're trying to do is get 4 rounds of qualifying complete before any rain comes, and trying to almost delay the rain, the wet round of qualifying, or delay the break, so that if there is rain coming mid-afternoon, then it's a wet track for everybody rather than halfway through the heat. So that's why I believe they've probably rejigged the timetable, but we will endeavour to find out what we can about the alteration in that timetable. Dominic Queck leading this one at the minute. Dominic with the 10 car. Nicola Marone moves to the front with the 9 car. Let's see if we can spot Nicola out there anywhere. He's the all blue coloured car, so he's just crossing the line now, coming out onto the main straight. There you go, Mr. Hot Race.
4 minutes to drive.
Tyre provider for the classes for this weekend. Very close between the top 3. Nicola moves back to the top, but there's top 4 covered by about half a second. So very, very close at the moment. A little bit leery from Nicola's car. Looks possibly like he could come down 1k in the rear diff. Car sort of making some interesting shapes when he gasses it up, but currently hanging on to it quite nicely. Ben saying thanks for the in-depth weather analysis. We're trying. It's always a bit difficult. If you've been to, if any of you have been to Gubbio before, it's sort of surrounded by mountains on a couple of sides, which I think protect it from the weather. It's kind of got its own microclimate by the look of it. There is one direction that rain can come in from. That's the direction that the wind is heading from at the moment, and there are some thicker black clouds coming. But we'll continue to keep an eye on the forecast and what it's doing. No hint yet of any rain though. Nice dry looking track out there. Nicola Marone we're running with 2.5 minutes left. He is, what is he? He's like a tenth off of the lead. Having said that, Dominic Queck has cleared traffic and Nicola is closing on some traffic.
2 minutes to drive.
2 minutes left to run. Dominic through that traffic, really close between the front 3. Still 1.5 tenths now. And the 3 car of Sota Gotu, one of the Japanese drivers. running in third position. In terms of fastest laps, we've got Nicola having done a 16.994, and we've got Dominic Queck with a 17 flat. Mattis Bentin's done a 16.933. 16 nines and 17 flats seem to be the order of the day. Dominic now up to 0.3 of a second, his lead. Hardly comfortable, but it's the biggest it's been. Dominic's got a clear track in front of him. He's running 2 cars in front of this car we're running with, of Nicola. He is the white front, orange rear car. Let's just see if we can get him. There we go. That's our leader, Dominic Queck, driver from Singapore.
Careful for number 7.
30 seconds left to go. Dominic leading this one. Nicola having dropped down the field a little bit. Mattis Bentin running in third position. So it's looking a bit more comfortable now after Nicola Moroni made a bit of a mistake off camera just after we cut away from him, unfortunately. Like the reverse of the commentator's curse. Nicely navigated round there for Dominic. Now some of these extended parts of the track. If any of you are wondering why those dots are there on track, if you're familiar with the track layout here, that's to, or an effort to alter the track from the layout used at the warm-up. So there's been some felt laid down with some dots used to extend the track in a couple of areas. That's why the thick black line you can see disappears sort of under them. Question from Dion Myanmar. Do they have more rain tyres? Last we heard there were 100 sets here for them. So there's enough for a set for every driver. Obviously we're now getting towards the end of qualifying round number 3 of 6 that's scheduled. No hint of any rain coming in yet, so I believe the aim is to get, if we can get round 4 in as well, then qualifying should be relatively representative and should have some relatively representative looking grids. And then, potentially they've got a set of wet tyres each for finals if required. Whether they can source any more, any extra wet tyres, for either any, currently no finals scheduled for tomorrow, all finals are scheduled for Saturday, but if we get to the end of qualifying round 5 today, then we're only looking at 1 round of qualifying tomorrow, so we're anticipating further changes to the time schedule, but have to wait and see on that one. They're appear quite fluid at the moment. Obviously with 1 round of qualifying scheduled taking place yesterday, so a bit of an accelerated schedule we're running on. 30 seconds till the start of this heat. Alex Hagberg not making the top heat, although he has finished second in both rounds so far. Alex Hagberg leads away from Hayato Ishioka, Michael Olowski, Nicholas Lee, Ronald Volker, Oliver Havranak, Kyle Branson, David Ronafalk, Alessio Mazzio and Mattia Kalina. He gets off the line quite nicely. Hayato was really quick at the start of the last run and had the lead from Alex, and he's done the same again. He's gone 0.3 quicker on the opening lap, so Hayato eating up the gap between himself and Alex. 100k recorded for Alex, 106 for Hayato. Hayato on the grass. Just seen that's going to have dropped him off. That's a shame. Hayato was leading the heat. He's going to tumble down the order. I think Kyle Branson's going to pop himself up in second place. He is. Where is he? He's 0.2 of a second back. Car number 7. See if we can spot him. He is a white car just crossing the line now and out onto the main straight. So this is Kyle Branson that we're running with. Second place man. He's 0.4 behind his X-Ray teammate Alex Hagberg. Currently running ahead of Ronald Volker. Back now just behind him. Ronald has picked up the pace. Hagberg leading this one from Ronald by about 0.7. So Hagberg stretching away. Kyle, who we're running with at the moment, about 0.1 behind Ronald. And remember, this isn't the top heat either, so seeing these names out there, established names, superstars of RC, a couple of world champions in this heat, and not even the top heat. Got a couple of drivers who were in Spain last week for the Rallycross World Championships. David Ronefalk, Michael Orlowski, both there, as of course was Bruno Coelho, who's taken the opening 2 rounds of qualifying. So he'll be putting himself in a very, very strong position if he can take this round. Still to come though. Kyle now dropping to 4th. Nicholas Lee has moved himself up. Let's see if we can find Ronald out there. Ronald running race paint. So car number 3, he's just crossing the line now, the sort of white and blue coloured car, last of these 3 cars. There we go. That's Ronald. Running in 2nd position to Alex Hagberg. Nothing going on around Alex. He's miles out in front of the rest of the traffic. Just looking at his predicted time. A bit slower than previously, so they did 19 lap runs last time. He's predicting an 18.306. Slightly down on pace, and sort of 19, well, give you some idea, Bruno did a 19.309 and a 19.314 for Alex, yeah, last time out.
One minute to drive.
1 minute left to run. Still running with Ronald, trying to make an impact on the 2 cars in front of him. Just spot who they are. That's the 1 car and the 10 car. So that's Nicholas Lee directly in front of him and Michael Orlowski. So 3 cars in the top 5. Ronald still running in 2nd position. Hagberg now 3 seconds down the road. Use tyres this run, says Ben K. Yep, absolutely. That's why they've dropped off on pace relative to the previous run. Hagberg now though predicting a 3:05. Somewhere towards the front of the field. He's certainly going to be up at the sharp end, and he's making this lower heat work for him. Runoff out really nice to Hagberg. Jumps out of his way. So Hagberg has finished. We'll just wait for the finishing times. Question from Mark Bruton-Young. What's David Runoff out running? He's running in automatics. Alex Hagberg takes that then from Ronald Volker, Carl Branson, Nicholas Lee, Michael Olowski, Oliver Havranek, David Ronefalk, Hayato Ishioka, Mattia Collina and Alessio Mazzio. Top heat of round number 3 getting set. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV for our live coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships. We're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padao, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. Bruno Coelho going to lead this heat away from Chrissy Krapp, Alessio Meniciucci, Victor Wilk, Yannick Prumper, Gilles Groskamp, sorry, Akio Sabue, Mark Reinhard, Naoto Matsukura and Lucas Urban.
Attention, track is open.
1 minute to start.
Car's just doing warm-up laps to the grid. So here we go, Bruno Coelho going to lead off.
All cars to the starting line.
Keep in mind Alex's time from last time. So Alex did an 18.304. Sorry, 305. Try and keep you updated with what the tie breaks are going to make. Bengen Carlson, when's the bad weather coming? Should be, we believe it's going to be later today.
4, 8, 3, 9,
Bruno leads away from Chrissy. Chrissy looks like he's going quite aggressive on the opening lap, trying to hang on to Bruno. See what their opening laps are as they come through. 16.5 for Bruno. Meniciucci with a 16.7. Bruno just looking a little bit comfortable. Out in front, he's already taken 2 rounds. If he can get this round, he's got 3 out of 6. It's going to put him in a very, very strong position. The only way that anybody's going to beat him then is by taking all 3 remaining rounds and doing a faster time than he's already done. It's going to be hard work for anybody to manage. Bruno stretching his legs at the front of the field. Best lap, 16.3 for Bruno, 16.6 for anybody else. Bruno forecasting the only driver currently to be on for a 19-lap run. He's predicting a 19.312. Gilles predicting an 18.302, so a little bit faster than currently than Alex managed. But of course, the run pace does drop off a little bit.
3 minutes to drive.
Three minutes left to run. Let's see if we can pick up Gilles running in 2nd position. So he is the number 5 car. Where's he? He is just crossing the line now. Now down the main straight. There we go. That's our 2nd place man, Gilles Groskamp. Running in 2nd position. Having won the world title 10 years ago now, in 2012. Heads off down the main straight through the banked sweeper. Looking calm, looking collected. More known now for nitro racing rather than electric, but still very, very fast with an electric car. Pops up into second. Bruno's got a 2.5 second lead. Dropped off now onto an 18 lap run. So he's predicting an 18 in 300 dead. Yill's predicting a 3:03.6, so that will put him in front of Alex. Chrissy and Alex looking like they're going to be pretty close. Chrissy predicting a 3:05 at the moment. Not going to be an awful lot in it. Drops down the field because he started late, but then crosses back into second position. It's a great run coming together for him. It's going to launch him up the order. Bruno back onto a 19 lap pace. So he's picked up the pace a little bit.
1 minute to drive.
1 minute left to go. 19.316 now predicted for Bruno. Yills drops off to a 3:04. Alex could end up with another second in round here. Running with Yills Groskamp at the moment. Bruno's absolutely checked out in front. Groskamp closing in on the back of the 8 car of Alessio Meniciucci, running in 4th place himself. .305 now. I think this is going to drop him below Alex's time. It's going to be really close at the end. 10 seconds left. It's all going to come down to this last lap. So we're with Gilles as he comes down the main straight. Gilles flows through, navigates the bot dot. One more set of bot dots to go. Gets around there nicely. Let's just have a look and see what he does on an overall time as he nails it out and across the line. Bruno's already taken this one, we know that much. And Bruno made the extra lap. So Bruno with a 3:16, literally just making the split. 3:16.5, and his average lap was a 16.7, so made it by about 2/10. Yills finishing second in that one with a 3:05.118. Let's just check and see where that puts him relative to Alex in the round. Just getting a live update for you now and refreshing. So that was a 3:05.5 from Alex, so Yills gets second position in that round. Yes, he does. So that puts him up into 4th overall. Bruno then with 3 from 3. Alex Hagberg with a couple of second places counting at the moment and a 3rd place. Strong position for him, making the most of dropping out into those heats. Just looking at the latest time schedule, so I believe we've got a very short break coming up now. Let me check there's no further updates. So we've got a break of start at 1 o'clock for the next round. So got just over 5 minutes until that begins. So just going to pop off air very briefly. We'll be back in time for the start of the next run at 1 o'clock.
Marshal, please. Marshal, please. Room 6. Attention, driver, track is open.
1 minute to start.
Okay, back after a very short break. Welcome to you if you are just joining our coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from 2022. Joining us at the start of qualifying round number 4.
30 seconds to start.
30 seconds until the start of this track. Michael Freeble going to lead away. This the Formula World Cup, 2 heats of them. This will be the 4th round of qualifying, 1 round held yesterday. Hoping to get these out the way in dry conditions. So if we can get round number 4 done, then that is effectively a sort of valid result, regardless of what comes later in the dry. Michael Freeble leading away from Jean-Michel Varinard. And a little bit of over-rotation there from Michael. That's really not gone well. Out in the dirt, and he's got it up and running now. Let's just see if that is a car problem or if that was a Michael problem. That's looking more like a car issue than a Michael issue. I think he will peel round into the pit lane quite possibly and do the step back of shame on the driver's rostrum. Look down at the transmitter and dejectedly switch it off. Thomas Sova now leading with the 3 car. Let's see if we can pick up the 3 car anywhere out there. 3 car is the... He is just crossing the start-finish line now. Past race control, the yellow and orange coloured car. 1 car back from the car that we just picked up. There we go. That is our leader, Thomas Sova.
4 minutes to drive.
Giving the bot dots quite a wide berth. Don't want to ruin the run that he's on. Knows that he's got away cleanly. Michael Freeble managing to break into the top 10 in round last time from this heat. Just sneaking in 10th, that had him in BQ overall. Thomas Sova still leading this one from Alexandra Perrin, the 9 car, in second position. Believe him to be 1 car in front. Let's just confirm that. Yep, 9 cars, 1 car in front. That's the second place car, so lead 2 running around together. If we can shift the focus onto that car just in front, the sort of pinky coloured car, that our second place man. He's about to lose track position. There we go, gets out of the way very nicely and gets some dirt on his tyres and gets some over rotation off the exit of the corner as a thank you. That's really not been a good lap. That just demonstrates to you how little traction there can be offline, particularly with a Formula car. Remember, no tyre warmers or anything like that, so they're not picking up any, if they go offline, they are picking up dirt on the tyres. And can see still struggling even now to get that power down and lay that power down. And the amount of time he's lost relative to Thomas Sova is absolutely huge in comparison. It's dropped him right down the field. Thomas Sova still leading this one. Perrin now in third position. Varinard back up into second place with the 1 car. Couple of minutes left to run. Just seeing if we can find Varinard with the 1. Three different winners from 3 rounds so far. Varinard's 1 car is the all yellow coloured car, just with the red car crossing the line now. Off down the main straight. The yellow coloured car of those 2 is the one that we want to be following. He is in second position. A little bit of over rotation, just caught it. He turned in a little bit too early, realised he was heading for the scene of the accident and cranked on the opposite lock and just yanked it out of the corner. Around the banked sweeper off the end of the main straight. Just trying to keep these cars rolling. The car's quite long for their width, so have a tendency to understeer into snap oversteer. 21.5 ton motors powering these cars. Seeing top speeds of around 65 to 70k. So something similar to 40, just over 40 miles an hour top speed. F1's being run as a World Cup rather than a World Championships. Thomas Sova looking like he's going to take this heat. Michael Freeball having a bit of a nightmare off the line, previously the quickest car in this heat. Thomas Sova taking this one quite comfortably in the end by about 6 seconds. Thomas Sova takes this one from Jean-Michel Varinard, Alexandra Perrin, Luigi Cavallero, Marek Sova. Just, well, he made the extra lap, but he didn't complete it. Top heat of Formula, all set to go. No one driver dominating in this. We've had 3 winners from 3 rounds in the Formula class. David Erbar, who took round 1, is going to lead away from Luke Lee, who took round 2. Lucas Hock has actually done a quicker time than Andreas Stiebler, who took round 3. So Andreas in a weird position of being last round winner and starting 4th. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, bringing you live coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from Gubbio in Italy. Sun is currently out, wind has picked up and is blowing across the track. maybe bringing in some rain later. This slightly accelerated on the time schedule. Currently due to be on a lunch break at the moment, but they're getting this round run and out of the way so that we have another dry round on the books. Formula's just looking like it's going to successfully complete its 4th dry round of the meeting, unless we get another rain shower in the next 5 minutes. Don't believe there's anything coming in. David Urbar is going to lead away from Luke Lee, Lucas Hoch, Andreas Stiebler, Brian Ferreira, Alessandro Mancici, Jitsi Medema, Christian Grentz, Pietro Lucifora, and Giulio Borini and Nicky Taylor. Luke Lee currently probably best overall with a first and a couple of seconds. He's tied with David, who's had a first, a second and a fourth. David setting a faster time yesterday evening, but waiting for someone to take a step forward. Arlo saying Marshall cages must mean marshalling this missiles are dangerous at this place. Well, it's a nitro track. Some of the top speeds that you're seeing of nitro cars, particularly 8-scale nitro cars, couple of kilos, more than a couple of kilos. One of those at sort of 75, 80 miles an hour hitting you. There's only going to be one winner there. David Urbar leads away from Luke Lee. Luke going to be looking to catch and pass David. So we'll keep an eye on that. Luke already on his roof though. That's really not helped coming out onto the main straight. Luke sort of slinks away at the tail of the field. David Urbar then with a fairly massive lead over... Oh, and Lucas Hox just made a mistake as well. Lucas Hoch having made a mistake. So Andreas Stiebler, that's really not gone well for two of the sort of top 4 already making mistakes. David's car looking a little bit tail happy. Going to be a bit odd now for David because it's kind of distilling down into David versus Andreas. We think opportunities for some other drivers to get some good round scores. Brian Ferreira's popping himself up there. Jitsi Medema up into 3rd position. Andreas only a 10th or so off, so looking at previous runs I would expect him to move himself up there. In fact, Andreas now hits the front after 3 laps, so a good run from him. This is Andreas now starting to take control of the meeting. Let's find Andreas's car. He's the 1 car, the sort of white and green coloured car, just coming across the line now down the main straight, along with the blue car. So he's the front of those 2 cars. That's Andreas Stiebler. He's now 0.2 of a second behind David Urbar on the split. We'll keep running with him. He's trying to edge away from, I think that's the 6 car of Ferreira, who he started behind. No, it's the 3 car. Who's the 3 car? Lucas Hoch. So Lucas opening up and letting him through the car that started out in 3rd position. Luke Lee having a bit of a nightmare. I can see he's still circulating, but he has now been lapped by, well, everybody. Luke Lee dropping right down to the tail of the field. Andreas Stiebler, who we're running with at the moment, just in front of Lucas Hoch on track. Started out 1 second behind him, running just over a second in front of him. This will promote him onto 2 round wins if he can take this, amongst Luke and David, with 1 round win each. Propel him towards the front of the field. Remember, round by round qualifying here at Gubbio, so 6 rounds in total scheduled. Provided track conditions remain consistent. We'll be looking for 4 to count. Bruno Coelho already taken 3 in modified, so if anybody is going to beat him, they will have to take all 3 remaining qualifiers and do a faster time. That's going to be a tall order, so I think we could be looking at Bruno Coelho TQ already. It's not quite confirmed on paper yet, but Bruno definitely starting from the front row. No one can beat the score of 3 zeros now. They can only match it and beat him on tiebreak, and only one driver could do that, so we'll see. A TQ this round for Bruno will secure overall TQ.
1 minute to drive.
One minute left of this run remaining. Seemingly had Andreas Stiebler and Lucas Hock locked together for pretty much the entire run. Stiebler on screen at the moment, Hock just 1 car behind him. Stiebler starting out 1 second behind, caught and passed relatively quickly at the start, but hasn't been able to get away, and actually Hock now looking like he's got a slightly faster car. He certainly closed back in on that gap. David Erbar looking relatively comfortable out in front. He's got a 2-something second lead. David going to take this round, and the second round win. It's putting David in a strong position now. Luke Lee wins the Perseverance Award. All cars finished. David Erbar taking that one by about 2.5 seconds from Andreas Stiebler. Lucas Hock in 3rd position, running around with Andreas and Lucas there. Bad run for Luke Lee, so that's going to be one of his throwaways. Seeing what that's done for the overall. Let's just get an update on that. So yeah, David Erbar with a 0, Andreas Stiebler now with a 0 and a 2, Luke Lee also with a 0 and a 2, but Andreas has got a faster time than Luke has for the tie break. Lucas Hock will be off 4th next time out, so just a bit of a shuffle of the top 2. That's a drop run for Luke. Michael Freeble still occupying BQ. On to the first heat of stock touring car. 3 heats of stock touring car. Again, looking for a completely dry round, and that will signify we've done that now in F1. So we've had 4 completely dry rounds of Formula qualifying, aiming for 4 complete rounds of stock qualifying, which we'll have done if we can get these next 3 runs out of the way before any inclement weather arrives. These cars powered by 13.5 turn motors. Two-cell 7.4 volt lipos, charged to 8.4 volt. Alessio Navaria going to lead away from Tassos Batas, Matteo Pieracci, Laszlo Kiss-Orban, Pietro Federico, Nikos Nikolakopoulos, Janos Naratsis, Kent Bertilsson, Alberto Fontanini, Alessandro Politano and Mattia Melcan. waiting for cars to be released. You'll have the lap round to the line, then one warm-up lap.
Attention. Additional minute is finished. Attention driver, track is open.
1 minute to start.
1 minute until the start. So cars being released out onto the circuit, driving down the pit lane. See, familiar here as a nitro racing track. Slightly more established pit lane than certainly in the UK. Quite a few of the tracks not having the touring cars regularly visit having pit lanes. Halifax and Cotswolds being the exceptions, but a lot of other tracks not having established pit lanes there. Italians, of course, very big on nitro racing, and you can see the nitro line around the track. Nitro line disappears on a couple of occasions under some parts of the track that have been extended by bot dots, that to comply with an IFMAR requirement that the track be different from that used in the warm-up. Clearly with a permanently built facility, it's not really feasible to alter the track layout.
Start. Off. Cut. 1, 2, 4.
Alessio Navaria leads away at the front.
6, 9, 8.
80k they're clocking down the main straight.
11.
And a spin there, or half spin. That's a strange place for a spin as well, because it's not really an off-throttle or a completely off-throttle. Normally you'd expect that with almost like a braking moment that you'd have into a corner, but Tassos Batas, Greek driver, leading away. Got quite a big lead already over the one car of Alessio Navaria, and that's a big lead on track. It'll be even bigger on the clock because he started out behind him. Batas still leading this one. Let's see who else is running fairly quickly. Nikos is running fairly quickly with car number 6. Let's see if we can pick him up. I think he's one of the all-yellow cars. Yes, he is. He is the yellow car just crossing the timing line now. Coming out onto the main straight, so he's one car back. There we go. That is Nikos Nikolakopoulos. Nikos running in second position. Through the sweep, out onto the main straight, opens the throttle up. Let's see what he clocks down there. 73k, so he's a little bit slower in a straight line. These cars powered by 13.5 turn stock motors, running blinky settings on the speed controllers, so a fixed timing output from all of them. Through that bank turn, it is actually quite heavily banked. The camera flattens it out a little, but when you wander down there, it does tend to pull the car in and hold it on a low line. Tassos Batas still leading this one, who's running in third position. Pietro Federico, I believe the 3 car. Let's see if we can spot him out there anywhere. It's the 1 car, 3 car he is the yellow and orange coloured car, so he's just out on the main straight now. That's our 3rd place man. And in fact, Federico up into 2nd position now, running some 3 seconds behind Tassos Batas. Heading for a time around 4 seconds slower, so Tassos possibly a little bit disappointed to end up in this heat. I mean, it's difficult to say. These are world-class drivers. It's a world-class field. So anywhere in there is, it's a nice place to be. Just watch his car as it heads around out onto the main straight, opens up, swings through there quite nicely. Nearly, I think his eye line followed the black line there, and then realised that the dots were occupying exactly where he wanted to be. Car looks nice and steady, it's well balanced. A little bit wandery around neutral, possibly. I think if that was me driving that car, I'd possibly be putting a couple of clicks of negative expo on it, but nothing too massive. He's hanging on to it quite nicely. You can just see as he comes around here out onto the main straight, he's got a bit of a, not quite a speed wobble, but a bit of a confidence wobble on the car, just as he comes out onto the straight and almost overcorrects it. Same again, just wanting to, a little bit wandering, a little bit loose. See if we can find the 2 car of the leader. He is the yellow car. He's just crossing the line now, coming out onto the main straight. So 30 seconds to go. This is our leader, Tassos Batas. Taking a lot of curb there. So pretty confident in the car. Slight difference in these curbs as well. The actual curbs themselves, I think drivers a lot more willing to attack them than they are the bot dots. Unsettles the car quite a lot less than the dots do. So you can see coming through this sweep here, that's quite a lot of curb. If there were dots there, you'd see him being rather less adventurous in quite how many, or quite how aggressively hit them. Obviously there's changes you can make to the car to improve it over bumps like that, but it ends up, as with most items set up, it ends up compromising you a little bit. Tassos having taken that one. Tassos Batos taking that from Pietro Federico, Nikos Nikolakopoulos, Alessio Navaria, Laszlo Kiss-Orban, Janos Narantsis, Alberto Fontanini, Kent Bertilsson. Next heat's going to consist of Roberto Fabiano, Andrea Muscolino, Enzo Russolin, Manuel Wagner, Flavio Paladin, Attilio D'Angelo, Jacopo Antonelli, Marco Di Vincenzo, Kevin Sparbier, and Benjamin Elbiser. Getting set for cars to be released. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, bringing you live coverage of this IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships in conjunction with our event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padal, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Getting set for the second heat of Touring Car Stock. Second of 3 heats. And then we go into modified.
1 minute to start.
1 minute until the start. Cars being released out onto the circuit. Spotting as well, Marshall point 3. It's a managing to sneak in a cigarette before sort of in the gap. That's committed to that's being committed to smoking, taking cigarettes out with you to have in the the gap before marshalling and the race beginning.
Start. Off. Car. 1, 2,
Roberto Fabiano leads away
5,
from Andrea Muscolino. Very close between these two last time, actually. There was sort of a... and I think Muscolino's just made a mistake, which will actually resolve that one. Muscolino's still running, but he's dropped back a little bit. The two of them sort of ebbing and flowing and appearing to both be quick, both generating the same lap times, but on different parts of the circuit. An accident coming onto the straight. It's the first time we've seen that, actually. Someone running wide out onto the main straight. Into the pit wall. Cars continuing. Roberto Fabiano leading with the one car that we're following at the moment. Let's see who's running in second place. I believe it's Marco Di Vincenzo with the 10 car. Let's see if we can locate the 10 car out there and have a look at him. 10 car is, he's the orange coloured car. He's just crossing the line now on the main straight. He's following a green car down the main straight. There we go. That is our second place man. Third place man now. Manuel Wagner's got himself up into second. But it's about a tenth of a second difference between them. In fact, he's getting towed around by the leader, Roberto Fabiano, as well. So, in fact, is that Fabiano having made a mistake in front of him? 10 car now by himself. I think the 1 car was just in front of him.
3 minutes to drive.
No, 1 car still circulating. 10 cars dropped down the field a little bit. So it's 1 from 2 from 4 currently. Roberto Fabiano leading from Andrea Muscolino, who after an early mistake, he's popped himself back up into second position. Let's see if we can spot the 2 car out there. He is the white and minty green coloured car, just entering the main straight now. So it's the second of those 2 cars. Lots of curb there. And traffic opens up nicely for him. So on a bit of a charge back through the field after an early mistake. The fastest car on track last time with an 18.3. He's reeling in Roberto Fabiano. Started out 1 second behind, made a bit of a mistake. He's now currently running 1 second behind. So he'll be about 2 seconds behind him on track. But he is lapping faster. Fabiano stabilises the gap with an 18.5 that last time round. 1.2 seconds the gap between them now. These two probably looking to try and pop themselves into the tail end of the top 10. You always hope when you're not in the top heat. There's a bit of an opportunity to slide yourself in somewhere around the back of the A final after qualifying, being top of the penultimate heat. Roberto Fabiano still leading from the car we're running with of Andrea Muscolino. Gap is remaining constant now at about 1.1 seconds, so there was a bit of a charge that Muscolino had put on, but is sort of stabilised now. 30 seconds left. Then we will have the top heat of the 4th round of stock qualifying. And then that's another thing ticked off for the organisers. That's 4 rounds of stock in the bag. Last 10 seconds. 1.4 seconds now, so that burst of pace from Muscolino, not quite getting himself back up with Fabiano.
Start for 10. Start for 1. Start for 8. Start for 9. Start for 2. Start for 3. Start for 4. Start for 7.
Roberto Fabiano taking that from Andrea Muscolino. Manuel Wagner, Enzo Russolin, Marco Di Vincenzo. So lots of Italian drivers with a couple of Frenchmen interspersed in that heat. Top heat of stock then. Simon Lauter going to lead away from Alex Deschette. Current overruled in spec. Just remind ourselves where we're at. So Simon Lauter having taken 2 rounds already, backing that up with a second placing round. So he's won the 2 rounds today and has a second in round for the round held yesterday. Alex Deschette with a round win last night and a second in round and a 6th in round. Adam Isay up there. Filippo Domani, 13-year-old junior driver. Very, very quick at the warm-up.
Attention, clock is open.
1 minute to start.
1 minute until the start. So expecting Simon Lauter to be quick. He's taken the first 2 rounds today and leads away. Alex Deschette looking to chase him down. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining our coverage here on RC Racing TV. A little bit earlier in the day than anticipated, but this round number 4. 6 rounds in total scheduled to take place. So we have this round currently in the schedule. We have about an hour break after this round. So after this run we've got 6 heats of modified, then currently scheduled into a break. Then we will see final round of qualifying for today and another round scheduled tomorrow morning.
Start of cut 2.
Lauter leads away from Deschette. I say running in 3rd position. Everybody successfully navigating the first turn this time around. I'll say that. Car 8 not managing it. Car 8, Luca Romagnoli. Already in the grass. That was literally just as he dropped the loop as well. He's the pink car that you can just see in the front of your shot. And the 10 car. Well, if you're going to make a mistake, you don't want to be... And in fact, a lot of drivers are making that mistake. Max Mackler's just done that as well. So that's just in front of us in that timing tower there. They're just sort of pulling to, well, their left and ending up on the grass. Just seems odd that 3 drivers have made exactly the same mistake in the top heat. So these guys know what they're up to. But already that has put our front 2 and Deschette now in front. And a bit of a mistake. In fact, Zach Finley's now leading with the 3 car. Where's Zach's car out there? Zach normally running an all yellow car? Yeah, he is. So Zach, all yellow car, just coming out onto the main straight now, following an orange car. There we go. That's Zach Finley, our leader, currently leading by 0.2 of a second. Passing a stricken Max Mackler, who's on the grass again. Zach Finley out onto the main straight once more. Quite a wide sweeping line there. Zach trying to close in on the car he's following. Which car's that? The 9 car of Federico Barbieri. Deschette now back to the front from Zach. So it was a 17.9 last time from Deschette and an 18.3 from Zach. Let's just stick with Zach. He's about a second behind Deschette now. We'll pick up Alex. So Zach losing a little bit of time to Alex. Let's see if we can find Alex with the 1 car. He's one of the white cars out there. It's not that one down the main straight. We'll spot him this time round. I believe he is, yeah he is. He's this white car that's just about to cross the line now and head out onto the main straight. There we go, that's Alex Deschette, our leader. Zach Finley now dropping down into 3rd position. Alex leading this one by a little over a second now.
2 minutes to drive.
Federico Barbieri moving up into 2nd overall in the run. He is about 1.1 seconds back, predicting a time about 2 seconds off what Alex is currently running at, or the pace that Alex is currently running at. It's exactly what Alex wants to see. Lovely clear track in front of him. 1.5 minutes left. Shouldn't catch anybody in front of him unless they make any kind of mistake. Hopefully not for any of them. Alex Deschette still leading this one. Still lapping faster than anybody else. 18.2 lap time round for him last time. All of these spec class cars slowing down in terms of lap time towards the end of the run compared to the other classes. Battery voltage is king, especially on a big track like we have here at Gubbio. A very fast, open, flowing sort of nitro style track. You're always going to be setting your fastest laps when you have the power available to you at the start of the run. So drop off by about half a second towards the end of the run. Alex Deschette though with the last 10 seconds to go, about 1.5 seconds in the lead. Adam Isay up into 2nd position now. No, Barbieri filters back up. Michael Wolf says Zach's doing great. Yep, absolutely. Good to see. Deschette's finished. Isay's finished. Damani's finished. Simon Lauter, having taken both rounds so far today, bad run for him. Drops him down the field. Might still be top 10 in round, possibly. But Alex Deschette takes that, 2 rounds each. So this one's heading in towards a pretty good battle between Alex Deschette and Simon Lauter. Here we go then, round scores. Yeah, it was a 10th in round, 9th in round for Simon Lauter, but you can see now tied on points at the front, Alex Deschette and Simon Lauter, and the difference separating them half a tenth on their best runs. That's the tie break at the moment between them, so nothing in it. This could be really close. Adam Isay in 3rd position, Philippe Dominin Domani, sorry, in 4th position. Federico Barbieri, Ollie Bultink. That's a pretty stacked top 10 that we're looking at. And that is stock class. That's 4 rounds of stock class qualifying done, all in the dry. On to modified. So the open class. Florian Wilhelm, Andy Kuhn, Julian Jost, Andreas Johansson, Andreas Koutras, Alex Johansson, Stamatis Kontazoglu, Damien Giddins, and Mike Haswell. Going to see if any of the Mike Haswell watchers, see if he makes it out for a run this time. See if his parts have turned up, having been on UPS watch. So had an unfortunate breakage yesterday, being the only person running this car. Couldn't borrow a part off of anybody else in the pits, so ordered a part from one of our event sponsors, Tony Sport, and having it delivered. So you sat there looking at parcel tracking, waiting. And speaking of event sponsors, also like to thank X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car Worlds for 2022 here on RC Racing TV. Track's open, car's just heading around to the line. Six heats of modified qualifying. Or open.
1, 2, 4, 5, 3.
Florian Wilhelm leads away from Andy Kuhn.
8, 9.
Florian running the all-white body shell, Andy running the all-yellow. Florian at least having the decency to paint a one-colour body shell, not plain white. Alex Johansson into the lead. We'll give it one more lap for everything to settle down. Front two kind of going at it. Slightly divergence of lines there, so you can see there's the sort of short route of running low around the sweeper, or you can take the sort of geometrically longer route but carry a bit more speed. You're going to see that again, these two. You can see that low line and that high line. And pretty much they produce an almost identical lap time. You're just travelling at two different distances. Still watching these front two going toe to toe, edging away from the rest of the field, and change there. So perhaps the one car of Florian Wilhelm feeling himself tighten up a little bit and just felt he was getting a little bit nervous. Thinks that the yellow car that followed him off could be a little bit quicker. That the 2 car of Andy Kuhn. Now the yellow car leading this one. Andreas Koutras up into second place, so that little moment opening up dropped Florian Wilhelm down. Front two, neither of them want to seem to lead. It's quite often the way, actually, when you're following another car and chasing down another car. You sat there behind him, you're looking left and right, you're dipping and diving and thinking, come on, I can go much faster than this, and they get out your way, and then all of a sudden you've got an open track in front of you and it's your turn to lead, and you cannot go any faster at all. And it's probably because the car behind they're actually driving a little bit more correctly. They're aware of not driving into the back of you and are just getting off the throttle very slightly earlier, and that was unfortunate, catching up with some lap traffic that had spun directly in front. That was the number 7 car of Stamatis Kontazoglu that had spun directly in front of the front two, but they're back together again. But as we were saying, when you're following another car and you're conscious, and they've just swapped again, you're conscious of not hitting the back of them, you're just rolling off the throttle very, very slightly earlier, getting on the brakes a little tiny bit earlier, and actually your entry speed probably more appropriate. You're not pushing the car too hard into the corner, and we're seeing it again. The second of those two cars always appears to be the quickest. A little bit of over rotation, slightly too much curb for Florian Wilhelm. How long have we got? 1 minute and 10 left. Alexander Johansson with the 6 cars got himself up into somewhere around 2nd place. Mike Haswell still not running, guessing his parts haven't turned up yet. See if we can spot the 6 car out there anywhere. 6 car is the white, blue and red car, the last of the cars on the main straight now. There we go.
Seconds to drive.
30 seconds remaining of the run. Dropped down the field very slightly. It's pretty close. He made a small mistake and dropped him a little bit off the pace. Andy Kuna taking that one from Andreas Koutras and Alex Johansson. That's Florian Wilhelm not finishing. Finishing about 30 seconds before the end, but still managing to beat Damien Giddins. That's not looking good, Damien, unfortunately. But Mike Haswell not taking the start. Unfortunately for Mike, that's 4 rounds now he's missed, so it's not really worked well for Mike, that compressed day, or compressed qualifying. Looking like he may have fresh parts turning up for the bottom final, quite possibly. Next heat set to go. Dimitrios Yanadinis, Simone D'Artavio, Soren Sparbia, Tim Coman, Michael Bock, John Dukakis, Daniele Pacini, Victor Litvinenko, and Chun Yin Lee.
Attention, track is open.
1 minute to start.
Heat number 2 of spec. Open or modified class just coming up. Round number 4 of qualifying. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. Bringing you live coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from Gubbio in Italy. Dimitrios Yanadis in the car that Frank pronounced as being fuchsia, will lead this heat away.
Start. On. Cut. 2, 5, 1, 3,
3 single colour body shells lead away.
6, 8, 4.
They have at least shown some imagination and aren't all the same colour. We've got a fuchsia pink car, followed by an orange car, followed by a white car. Give it a couple of laps for everybody to settle in. The car that began in second place having a bit of a spin onto the grass. Just looking after a couple of laps. So a pretty hot lap there from Daniele Pacini. He's opened up quite well. Car 6 running a bit further down the field, a bit further down in the pack. I would think, though, that Dimitrios Yiannidis is going to move himself to the front. He is lapping, well, his best lap was a 16.6, and after what we were saying earlier, he's already dropped off to like a 17.2. So hot laps come in the opening rounds. I would say that they're on new tyres, and to be doing those hot laps very early on. Possibly some of the guys in this heat as well, or towards this end of the field, having slightly safer cars, a little bit more understeer in the cars, very, very good on new tyres, but possibly an indication that they could do with a little bit more steering overall, and would comfortably cope with it and get a little bit faster. Soren Sparbeer running in second position with the 1 car. Let's see if we can locate him out there. The 1 car is the all-white coloured car, just coming out onto the main straight now. That's Soren. Managed to pick him up. They're closing in, or he's closing in on the 8 car of Viktor Litvinenko. So going to close in on him. He'll want to be quite careful not to touch him. Litvinenko opens up. Off down the main straight. Not quite sure what's powering Litvinenko's car, but it's pretty rapid. Sparbeer we're running with at the moment as he tries to close in on the back of Dimitrios Yiannidis. Quicker last time round by 2/10. Gap between them currently 6/10. They started out 2 seconds apart. Let's just check lap times this time round. Pretty much the same, both 17, pretty much 17.5 flat. Second place man of Soren Sparbeer we're running with at the moment. He's done a 17.3. He's taken 2/10 out of that gap. That advantage, he's got it down to 4/10 now. Sparbeer pushing hard, trying to close in on the back of the fuchsia coloured car in front of him, Dimitrios Yiannidis. Down the main straight once more. Sparbeer does actually hit the front now, so he's taken the lead. 17.5 compared to 17.8 for Yiannidis. Did see he was lapping quicker. How long have we got till the end? About 40 seconds of the run left. Yiannidis moves to the front, in front of Sparbeer. Yiannidis now leading up by 4/10 of a second. Quite a good battle going on. 2 cars that aren't next to each other on track. They're just racing each other on the clock. Almost like a ghost car you can see in front of him. Still 4/10. So Yanadis in this last minute, Sparbeer seems to have managed to... He did all the hard work, he did all the catching, and Yanadis has just grabbed that and run with it. I don't know if he got a bit of a shock at the 4-minute call when he wasn't leading. Yanadis now about half a second, so he's been consistently stretching that by about a tenth a lap for the past minute. Yanadis crosses the line for his finishing time. Sparbeer doesn't manage a hero lap, so ends up about 6/10 down. And Tim Coman going to cross the line. Also just snuck across for an 18-lap run, about 3 seconds down on the lead. So pretty close at the end there. Between them, you can see on a hot lap, Yanadis had a really hot opening lap, very fast. Next up, we have got heat number 3 of round 4.
Welcome to São Paulo. We have been specializing in the development and production of future.
Okay, just seeing an advert there for one of our event sponsors, Sumpadao. Also bringing you this coverage in conjunction with X-Ray, Monaco RC, Hobbywing and Tony Sport.
10 seconds to start.
This is the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships with RC Racing TV from Gubbio in Italy. Just seeing the heat number 3 of round 4. So 6 heats of modified in total. Harley Eldridge going to lead away.
5, 2, 1.
Harley leads off from Michele Manzo.
7, 9, 4, 10, 8.
See what opening lap times they managed to produce. Harley's through with a 16.9. Remy Callins with a 16.7. Always takes a couple of laps to settle in, particularly when you're leading off and aware that you've got a camera following you. You don't want to be making mistakes and looking a little bit foolish. Remy Callins to the front. No, Jonathan Gandin to the front. Sort of let it settle down after about 3 laps in, and we'll get an idea of who is leading, who's showing good pace. So Jonathan Gandin with the 6 car, making good progress at the moment. 6 car is the second orange coloured car. He's just crossed the loop now, so the last one on the main straight. There we go, that's our leader. In fact, Remy Callins has just now moved to the front, so quite reactive between the front 3. Really fast lap actually last time out from Remy Callins. leader, 6 car of Jonathan Gandin. Top 4 kind of running almost equidistant on track. They started out 1 second apart, and Harley's leading on the track. She's kind of at the tail end of that field, but still absolutely in play. Come the end of it, she was very strong in the last minute of that last run. Manzo is now closing in on the back of her. We're running with Gandin at the moment. In fact, Manzo's moved up into the lead. So if we can try and move forward 2 cars to the other orange car out there on track. So just coming in, there we go. So that's Michele Manzo that we're running with, and is chasing and closing down on Harley Eldridge. Harley started out 1 second in front. Michele now Remy Callens moves to the front. So like 0.2 of a second. Remy is the white car just behind this orange car that we're running with. So ebbing and flowing between really the top 4 cars. The 4th car, Jonathan Gandin, just dropping away from these guys a little bit. Top 4 have made a bit of a break at the front of the pack. Michele closing in on the back of Harley. Harley very experienced. We'll let Michele go. There we go. So let's Michele Manzo go. Opened up and left a nice gap for him to slot into. Out and down the main straight once more. Now we've got a situation where Harley now trying to avoid running into the back of Michele now that she's got someone to push. Let's let Remy Callens close in on the back of Harley. All 3 of them catching the 10 car of Dai Sakaguchi, who dives out of the way of that entire train. Didn't really work well for Dai. He did exactly what he was supposed to and gets out of the way, but having 3 quick cars catch you all at the same time doesn't particularly help matters. Michele Manzo leading this train. Remy Callens, the car at the tail of this train, actually leading on the clock. Remy just running around behind Harley at the moment. Let's see if he can navigate his way past. A little bit too much curb there. 30 seconds left to go. They're closing in on some more traffic as well. See if we can spot who that might be. That the 8 car that they're closing in of Pekko Ivonen. Remy still holding on to that one just from Michele. Really, really close at the front. It was about 1.5 tenths. They just finished. They have just finished as they crossed the line. So Remy Callens does get that one from Michele Manzo. Jonathan Gandin did just about make his way forward and get that one from Harley. Remy Callens taking that from Michele Manzo then. Jocke Carlson asking, is that a cat purring close to the microphone? I don't think so. That's a compressor that's running in the background. It's a little bit of a distance away from the from it. I mean, if you that's quite a deep purr. That's Barry White's cat. Quite possibly would might purr that deeply. Just getting an update on the time schedule. Obviously, having moved the lunch break out the way, there was an hour gap, but we're just going to see. So quality 4, 14:25, 14:40. Okay, so we're going straight in. They have updated round 5, so no 1 hour break. We're going straight into Q5. Well, I say straight into Q5. We're going to have like 15 minutes at the end of this, scheduled to finish at 14:25 this round, with the next round beginning at 14:40. So we'll have sort of 10 to 15 minutes between the rounds, and then straight into the last round, so running till about 4 o'clock. Just going to hear from our one of our sponsors now.
The track is open.
1 minute to start. Seconds to start.
All cars to the starting line.
Just seeing the Diff Check Plus from Monaco RC there, conveniently battery powered, so that we can, so that you can, well, both check your diff and actually spin up your diff. You do see some drivers or the mechanics holding on to one rear tyre as the cars go out. Dominic Queck leading away.
6, 5, 4, 8.
Dominic Queck leading this one from Ryosuke Yamamoto. Ryosuke with the 7 car. Let's see if we can spot our 7 out there. He is the white and pink coloured car. He's just gone through the sweep off the end of the main straight. Here we go. That's well picked up, Zach. Dropping down the field a little bit. Let's just see if he updates as he crosses the line. Up into 5th position. So keeping quite a tight line there into that hairpin. You do see that sort of difference in lines with modified out there. Jocke Carlson saying, oh look, colours. Yep, absolutely. So we do thank drivers for running race paint if they've got it. Dominic Queck still going away at the front. In fact, Sota Goto, one of the Japanese drivers, up into the lead. He is the 3 car. He's running around just behind Dominic Queck, I think. So he will be... He's the car just crossing the line now, the sort of whitey-greeny coloured car down the main straight. There we go, that's him. Sota Goto, Japanese driver, leading this heat currently. Heading for a predicted time, an 18.300 dead. Aiden RC saying maybe they need a minimum weight on body shells to stop Juan cans. Yeah, they've tried that and it just resulted in people putting a lot of stickers on the body to bring the weight up. So unfortunately I think that one's here to stay. So to go to, who we're running with at the moment, still running in the lead, Nicola Marone, Mr. Hot Race, running in second position at the event to support, to provide support for the tyres, running his control tyres for the event, but taking the opportunity to race as well. So to go to still leading this one. Just hearing possibly that they might try and get a 6th round of qualifying in today. It's playing it by ear possibly, so they're investigating the possibility, and just seen a big off for someone down the end of the main straight. Nearly cleared the fence. Marshall cleaning that up with a leaf blower, I think. So to go to still leading this one from Jin Sawada. Dominic Queck now pop into the front. 30 seconds left in the run. Still lapping sub 17 for Sota Goto. Heat number 4 of 6 modified.
Start for half, 3, start for 10, start for 9, start for 1, start for 2, start for 5, start for 6.
8 and 4, 8 and 4, not finished, 8 and 4.
Start for 8.
8 and 4.
Start for 4.
Or start for 8.
So to go to, taking that round. Taking that heat, sorry. On to penultimate heat, but some big names coming up here. So Alex Hagberg and Ronald Volker both featuring in this penultimate heat. Alex getting a few second places in rounds. Michael Olowski also out in this one. Nicholas Lee, Hayato Ishioka, Kyle Branson, David Ronafalk, Oliver Havranak, Mattia Colina, and Alessio Mazzio.
Welcome to São Paulo. We have been specializing in the in future.
All set for the penultimate heat. Is it windy there? Yeah, wind's picking up and blowing across the circuit. Not brought any rain in with it yet though, despite the forecast. Cars being released out onto the track and off down the main straight. Alex Hagberg going to lead this away then from Ronald Volker and Michael Olowski.
30 seconds to start. 4 cars to the lane.
So stacked field of former world and European champions. Hagberg getting himself right on the line, running race paint, for which we thank him.
Start. Off. 4, 3, 1, 10, 2, 7, 5.
Hagberg's X-Ray leads the way from Ronald Mugen from the Schumacher prototype of Michael Olowski. Top three already making a bit of a break for it. Ishioka will be looking to make his way up the field as well. Had a breakage last time round, or a bit of a bad run. Olowski actually leading from the top three. He is the white car at the sort of tail of the top three, so 2 cars back. We can drop back a couple of cars. There we go, that's Michael Olowski.
4 minutes to drive.
Ishioka's making a bit of a move as well. He's hit the front of the field. He is the pink and black coloured car, so fairly distinctive. He's just crossing the line now and out down the main straight. Let's see if we can find him. Hayato Ishioka monstering the field, leading by about a tenth from Alex Hagberg. Are Hagberg and Volker times looking to move them up? Yep, they're looking like they will make it into the A main. Alex has had a couple of seconds in round and I think a third in round. Looking pretty good for him so far. Going to see if Bruno can take the overall TQ for modified. If he takes this round, he will be secure on TQ. He's already got 3 round wins, so he's definitely starting on the front row. He'll be first or second, because the only way anybody can beat him is by also getting 3 round wins, and they need to do a faster time. So people can only match his score. Mistake there for Ishioka. Gets him back on the track, but that's dropped him down. So Hagberg now back to the front. Ishioka just trying to clean up his tyres. It wasn't a breakage, that was a genuine mistake from him, but it's proved fairly costly. It's dropped him down to 7th. So right from the front, cost him about 3 seconds, and it has dropped him all the way down to the tail of the field. Let's see if we can spot or pick up our leader again. Running in kind of isolation, Alex Hagberg, the white and green coloured car, just crossing the line now.
2 minutes to drive.
And down the main straight. There we go. That is our leader, Alex Hagberg. Couple of second place in rounds. He is predicting a 19 in 3:15. Best time we've seen so far is a 19 in like 3:08, 3:09 from Bruno. But everybody else has kind of been floating about that 3:15. Bruno's had 4 to 5 seconds in his pocket over the course of a 5-minute run over everybody else. Hagberg looking to recover from a bit of a disappointing qualifying run. Bit of a curb hop there over one of the bot dots. Got away with it, sort of realised I think that he turned in too early and actually committed to it and hit it square. Hitting the dot square, a bit of a safer option really. It pops the car up in the air and you lose a couple of tenths whilst you haven't got that forward drive. But what you don't want to be doing is putting 2 wheels on it, 2 wheels on the gripped up part of the tarmac and potentially traction rolling. Alex's lap time nearly the same. Yeah, it would be. It cost him potentially a couple of tenths, if that, but he committed to making that time, or almost committed to the mistake and didn't try and recover it, which is a skill in itself. 30 seconds left to go. 6 tenths up on Ronald Volker. Currently is Alex. Oliver Havranek running in third position. He is only just over a second actually off of Alex. A really good run from Oliver Havranek as well.
Stop the car. 1. Stop the 10. Stop the 6. Stop the 7. Stop the 2. 5. Stop the 9. Stop the 8. Stop the 4. Stop the 3.
So Hagberg takes that from Ronald, and in the end actually it was they only 2 drivers made it through for the 19. It's still a pretty hot pace. Dropped off to a dropped off a little bit in that last minute. But top heat all set to go. Going to hear a little bit more from one of our sponsors.
Here on the right side. Okay. When I release the ball. Now.
Just seeing details of the new Hobbywing G4 stock motors. A couple of them in use in the stock class.
2019, so 2 years. Question regarding the repo. I know that they got mistake printed. They forgot it number 2. They forgot
Bruno
the
Coelho
one number on the label.
looking to seal his TQ.
They didn't send me anything. I didn't do it.
So remember, if Bruno takes this round, he is nailed on for TQ. He's already taken 3 rounds of the 6, so will definitely be starting on the front row of the grid.
I told him to then start.
Only way that anybody can beat him is by taking the 3 remaining rounds and doing a faster time.
Exactly, yeah.
Attention, the clock is open.
Car set to be released onto circuit. Again, thank you to our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this live coverage here from Gubbio in Italy. Coming to the end of qualifying round number 4. Going to have a short sort of 10 to 15 minute break. I believe once this is done we'll be back at 20 to the hour, 20 to 3 hour time, 20 to 2 in the UK.
I take it by Max. Missing the one number.
Car's being released. No one really wanting to drive offline. Just seeing a few people sort of holding their hands out in the international "it's raining" or feeling for droplets, maybe. I don't know. Just something to keep an eye on. Let's keep an eye on Bruno's lap times. A little bit wide there through some of the dots. He just wants to. He's got that much in his pocket over the course of a run. The worst thing Bruno could do would be to make a mistake on the opening lap. So he's being really sensible and giving a few of the curbs a bit of a wide berth. We'll just tighten up a little bit after that. Jump into the run. So already Bruno's managed to pull around 6/10 on Akio, who is running in second position. Bruno Coelho leading this one away. Let's let the third lap complete and see who is still up there. think Akio's still running in second. No, he is. Mark Reinhardt's also popped himself up the order a little bit. Let's see if we can find Akio with the number 2 car. I think he is running race paint. He is. He's the yellow and blue coloured car. He's crossed the line now and off down the main straight. There we go. So he's the last of those 3 cars that we can see on shot. That's Akio Sabue. Running the Axon TC10-2 this weekend. Trying to get his way past Yannick, and does so. I believe that was Yannick. It looked like it from the other end of the track. The 9 car, yeah, it was Yannick that he managed to get his way past. Makes it a bit easier with race paint, like we said, for us to identify everybody. Akio still running in second position. Started towards the tail of the field, so you see him filter down and then move back up as he crosses the line. Akio drops down to 4th position now. He's a couple of tenths behind Mark. Let's just have a look and see as they cross the line. Is Mark still up there? Mark now running second. Let's just have a look at Mark, because it's the first time he's shown any great pace over this weekend. Mark running race paint, the sort of white, pink and blue coloured car. He is 1 car forward of the car we were running with. There we go, just gone past us down the main straight. There we go, he's in shot. So that is Mark Reinhardt. So Mark, multiple world champion in both touring car and 1/12 scale. He's dropped down to 3rd position in the heat now. Chrissy Krapp running in 2nd position. Bruno kind of checked out at the front. So he's like 1.9 seconds to the good. Bruno looking pretty good to secure overall TQ. Catch up with him for the last minute or so, but just running with Mark Reinhardt at the moment as he closes in on the back of the 8 car of Alessio Menicucci. It is raining, just here in, yeah, so we were right, we did hear, and we are hearing. Let's just have a look at lap times. Is it affecting anybody at the moment? Just seeing a few spots on the commentary box window. 16.3 for Bruno, 16.4 for Bruno. Yeah, can definitely hear the rain now on the roof of the comm box, making it sound worse than it is. 16.6, so lap times have dropped off slightly.
1 minute to drive.
1 minute left to drive. I think they're just going to get to the end of this round before the rain proper arrives. See what that's going to do to the timetable. 17.0, so it is starting to affect the drivers and dropping off the pace a little. You can't quite see it on any of the cams. Oh, that was, who was that? That was, someone's just drilled Mark off there. That was, I think that was Akio, wasn't it, that caught Mark? Right at the end, so super unlucky for Mark. In all of that, in the end, I mean, Bruno's, well, no, Bruno's not going to take this round, is he? Alex is going to take this round because it's now wet and his pace is he? Is Bruno going to take this? 19.340, he might still take this, surely. Yeah, okay, so his predicted time's dropped off, so the rain arrived, we missed making the end of that round by about a minute before the rain arrived. So that's going to leave Alex having taken that round, just waiting for everybody to complete. I think Mark Reinhardt's going to be pretty upset. Rain pretty heavy now. Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what happens with that round. Not completely updated yet because it's not showing the results of that fourth run, I think, because not everybody's completed. Let's not everybody had completed it. Let's just see what we can find for an overall. Let's just get an update on that one. So we know that Alex has taken that round, but whether it ends up counting, we don't know. Going to have to wait and find out on that one. Bruno still finished third in round, despite despite that wet weather there. So subject to confirmation, we're scheduled for about a 10-minute break, 10-minute gap. So just as the rain arrived, we had Mark Reinhard running second. So got a 10-minute break. So just while we go off, and we'll find out, see what's happening with regards to the rain, and if there's going to be any delays, anything further happening with that one. Back in a bit.
Adesso ti sfido. Thank you.
Communication from race organization, Q5 start is delayed. New possible start time is 15 and 15 or a quarter past 3. Repeat, race start delayed for Q5. For Q5, new possible starting time 15 and 15. Comunicazione, nuovo orario possibile per la partenza della Q5 alle 15:15.
All right, sorry about that, everybody. Had a bit of a weirdness happening with our little system here. So, as you will probably be aware, we're supposed to be driving around right now, but there's a bit of a delay, probably induced by the rain that we just experienced in the last race of the last round. So they have, if you haven't checked myrcm.ch already, you will find that, well, if you haven't checked it, if you have checked it, you will find that the last round has been thrown out. So good for some, unfortunate for others, but obviously everybody needs to run on the track in the same conditions. So because it rained right in the middle of that last race, the last modified or open round has been thrown out. Everything else stands as it was, as far as I'm aware. And we're just waiting to find out what the plan is for the rest of the day, because obviously, as I said, we are meant to be running right now, starting about 3 or 4 minutes ago. And in the meantime, that's allowed us to figure out what was, or at least fix what was happening, even if we didn't figure it out. But it does look like we do have some extra rain on the way. Just looking out the window now, and we're just waiting to find out what is happening. So, we'll be back as soon as we know.
Und eine Richtung Florenz. Und alles so gerade schön am Gubbio vorbei.
Noi abbiamo Netflix, quello che non faccio nemmeno i cursi alla play. Non la prenderanno cosa. Abbiamo io ho capito quanti pagano il notte. E allora pagheranno almeno 200 euro al notte. Almeno. Eccolo. Corriamo tutto la pioggia, è troppo forte. Devi rallentare un po'.
Quali cazzate io, cavoli che
Devi stare davanti, dai, non anche il telefono me lo stai. Ma le telecamere fuori all'acqua? Sì, vabbè, capito, non so. L'acqua? Sì, vabbè, non ci sono 30 secondi e poi lasciano lì il piede. Meno male, è bello, guarda. È un pubblico, però è bello. Cioè, come ora, guarda, è un pubblico. Vanno bene, non importa. Basta che ci scappiamo. Corri, corri che comincia a piovere. Non mi senti perché era un pubblico che due, ma lì, livelli, ma poi i livelli poi comincia a suonare è morto Palocchio, comincia a sborrare è morto Palocchio era in bici la poi vediamo
È stato ritrovato un orologio al bagno. Chiunque l'avesse perso lo può ritirare qui a cronometraggio, grazie.
è mio, sto andando io, devo andare io non so fuori è mio l'orologio è mio
porti la camera dai dammi
la porto là
Okay, just joining us back here, you saw a slightly chaotic end to the end of the round, missed by about 3 laps, 45 seconds completing the round, so managed to locate Chris Hardesty from EFRA and bring him up here to a chat. What's going on, Chris?
Well, I'm up here because I know it's going to start raining quite heavy and your roof is waterproof.
Okay, that's so you're using us?
Yes.
Right, okay, that's
I may
just so
even
we're level.
squat here and use your jacuzzi.
Okay.
And drink your champagne.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we have, yes, this rain break until, although it is not raining, what we need to do is to discuss amongst the officials how we're going to approach the next round. As we've been trying to race through the day to get as many qualifying rounds in for when this came, we were actually on schedule to basically finish the qualifying today. And we always said, right, we just carry on until the rain comes. The rain is now lashing down, as you can see.
Yes.
Wise choice of mine, that was. So this is... none of the drivers have had time to prepare a rain car, so we would have a break if we said we were going to run in the rain. As we're ahead, we're busy reviewing tomorrow, which would have been a very slow day of racing.
Okay.
There'd be nothing to do. We were busy reviewing the forecast for tomorrow and obviously planning for tomorrow, and not having to force the drivers to go and run on a wet track.
When there might be an option of running on a dry track tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we have the time. Overnight they can prepare the wet cars if the forecast is bad. So the decision so far, I don't think I'm being premature, and this is to call it quits for the day.
Right, okay. What about that last round of qualifying then? So obviously F1 was complete, stock was complete, they're buttoned up and done, 4 rounds of qualifying.
Well, the last thing I heard that we will have to rerun that round for qualifying. Again, it's on new tyres, so it's it's just a complete,
it's replicable.
It's a complete reset for that round, and that's the only fair way of looking at it.
Okay.
I haven't deliberately have not gone through the ranking lists to see who it affects and everything else, but I do believe from the chatter that I've been getting in my ears that actually it doesn't have a great deal of effect. But and I missed whatever took Mark out. I don't know whether that was a weather-related incident or not.
It was it was within that time period when it had started raining. I was glancing down at lap times there to see if it had affected anybody. At the time, it had just dropped off, so I didn't see. I saw Akio leaving the scene of the crime, and I saw Mark's car on its roof.
Oh right, I was told it was someone else, but there we go.
Over there. So I didn't.
Now it's dedication to media. Bruno in the rain having his photograph taken.
Does he think
still
he's TQ?
Still smiling?
Does he think he's TQ then? Oh, I mean, it looks pretty nailed on anyway.
Yeah, I think even with the time, with the slow laps at the end, he was still on for the third on that round.
He still finished. Yeah, it had the run finished, he would have been
that little
round.
flash that you just saw, that is definitely the end of the day, lightning.
Yes.
There's a storm coming, and we're right on the edge of this, and apparently on the edge of the cloud is where it is most dangerous.
So yes, lightning. Clearly, you don't want drivers
and
conducting rods.
Oh, well, your penthouse is in a metal can. So
well, yes, we're stood in
pretty safe now. Yeah,
stood in a Faraday cage.
Is this chaise long reel?
Well, it's a couch. No, we're not going there. that's taking a slight turn for the worse. So okay, so it looks like we're done with track action for today.
Yeah, unless there's more photo opportunities. Yeah.
And okay, and wait and see. Well, thanks for keeping us updated on that, Chris. Yeah, we'll see what tomorrow brings.
There's a great deal of intel coming out from the organisers on how long it takes to dry the track, where the best possible conditions. If it was just the end of that last heat, and apparently if you rerun it in kind of half an hour or so with those few drops, the conditions would have been very similar because the track temperature would not cool down too much. This will obviously have a dramatic effect on.
So therefore, you have to run the complete round rather than. What would you have done were that the case? Because you'd need presumably some kind of if you were to just try and rerun that top heat, how would you
Oh,
have handled?
there would have. I'm relieved in one sense, is because there's arguments for every different scenario being valid. Just rerun that one round, one heat, trying to replicate similar conditions. So you put it in between other rounds or something. So there was plenty of time. Rerunning it straight away. Yes, that was muted, but yeah, this has kind of put the end to the argument.
Okay, so that's made the answer easy. So that's qualifying done for the day. And
well, actually, yeah, I don't know. I've got to go downstairs and we see what the decision is, because technically we run in the wet, but we don't run in lightning.
Well, that definitely qualifies as wet.
That small river forming on the straight is probably going to be problematic. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
So and nice oily as well. Nice oily and slick for marshals. That's
well, the gardeners will welcome it.
They will. Yes, that's a very British thing.
Yes.
The garden needed it.
The garden needed it.
That's very British communication. So, well, thank you, Chris, for keeping us updated with what's going on.
No problem.
And
I'll get back down and listen to the 63 different scenarios that are on offer.
And yes, we'll. We think that is the summation of the track action for the day.
I will let you know definitively when I know.
Okay. Well, thanks for keeping us up to speed. We'll probably hop back on once we've got something confirmed as to what's going on.
What do they do in full-size racing when it's raining like this and they call it off? Don't they send the reporters out with a bin bag and make them interview all the drivers in the wet?
It's undercover.
Am I being cruel?
I'll quite happily go and stand out there.
Everyone
and interview all the
expects
drivers.
the poor drivers to go out in the wet, and I think this luxury setup you've got up here. I think you ought to be earn it a little and get out in these adverse conditions.
I have cooked myself for in the name of journalism on the balcony at Huddy Arena in 42-degree heat.
That was attractive.
That was. I would quite like them to have air conditioning up there, as we have in here.
Believe it or not, there's more of a lightning risk in the Huddy Arena than here.
Is there?
Have you never looked around across the rooftops while you've been up there?
Well, yes, true.
It's lightning conductors as far as the eye can see.
Yes, but that's coming down pretty heavy now.
Is that interference, or is that actually the rain on the roof?
That, I think, that's the external mic that we have put in.
The one that's getting wet.
Yes, the one that they're just bringing in. That's the external mic, so we can pick up ambient noise of the cars spooling up as they come down the pit straight, and when the compressor's running, apparently it sounds like a cat purring in the background.
I'm assuming you've named some of these corners by now. So which lake is that one?
That's we tried naming them, but after some event sponsors, but it became a bit difficult. The cars travelling that quickly. By the time you've got the full name out, they're two corners down the road.
Well, that's Nyota's favourite marshalling area, so that can be Lake Nyota, I think.
Yes. But that's properly wet. That is absolutely, definitely.
I'm going to go while it's getting exciting.
Yes. So thank you. I thought you were just padding this so that we could.
I'm not leaving the building.
So you didn't have to leave the building. So have fun. Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
And we will remain online, and we will. We'll leave the stream running for the minute, and as soon as we've got any definitive update, although that's looking at the lightning and looking at how this is done, we're pretty confident that's us done for the day. So we'll leave it on for a little bit. If we get any further news or definitive news, we'll come back and catch up with you. So back later. Okay, so just briefly, we kind of suspected it anyway, but yeah, we just now had official confirmation that that is qualifying done for the day due to the weather and the thunderstorms that are in the area. So we will. We're going to end the stream pretty shortly. So thank you for watching us today. Thank you to the event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sumpadao, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this slightly curtailed coverage. We've got a couple of rounds left to run tomorrow, potentially that round of modified to run again. That's still being discussed and sorted out, but still got that one to cover off. So we'll find out when we come back tomorrow morning what the score is there, what the situation is there. But thank you for joining us for the stream today.